Chapter 1: The 1,000-Meter Gratage. The groan of the ice was a constant companion. It was not a sound of defeat but of titanic complaint. 2 kilometers of compressed history, a weight that could pulverize tungsten, surrounded Tartarus base in a crushing, indifferent embrace. Inside, another sound dominated, the deep, resonant hum of the drill. It was the sound of progress, the sound of money, the sound of a promise being kept. Javier Mendoza rested a gloved hand on the humming casing of the primary motor assembly. The vibration traveled up his arm, a familiar thrum he could read better than any printout. For 6 weeks, the diamond-tipped crown of the cairn had chewed its way downward through ice ancient and hard as granite. He listened to its song, a symphony of friction and force. Today, the song was different. A new instrument had joined the orchestra, a high, intermittent shriek, a gratage. "Something's fighting," he said, his voice a low rumble in the cavernous drill bay. He did not raise his voice over the machinery. He never had to. Dr. Anya Sharma did not lift her eyes from the sonar telemetry display. A cascade of green and blue data scrolled down the screen, painting a picture of the world 1,000 meters below their feet. "Define fighting," she countered, her tone crisp. "The density models show a slight increase in crystalline inclusions, nothing beyond the expected parameters." "Parameters don't run a drill, doctor, I do." Javi wiped a smear of grease from his glove onto his already stained trousers. "It's resonance. The bit is chattering. Whatever we are cutting into, it's not uniform." Anya's fingers danced across a keyboard, isolating the data stream from the drill head's seismic sensors. She magnified a waveform, a jagged green line that spiked erratically. "There are microfractures, yes. The ice is under immense pressure. It's splintering ahead of the bit. It is expected." "No," Javi stated, it was a complete sentence. "This is not splintering, this is a grain, like cutting wood against the grain. The bit bites, then slips, bites, then slips." From the elevated control office overlooking the bay, a third voice cut in through the intercom, thin and sterile. "Mendoza, what is your status? We are 18 hours behind schedule." Sven Gunnarsson, the station chief. His physical presence was rare, his voice, a constant, disembodied pressure. Javi pressed the comms button on a nearby console. "The status is we're drilling, Sven, but the formation is changing. I might need to slow the rotation speed to avoid a shear." "A shear is not in the budget," Sven's voice crackled. "Neither is a 20-hour delay. The projections from head office were clear. Stable continental ice to 2,000 meters. Your job is to make the machine meet the projection." "My job," Javi said, his thumb releasing the button, "is to not get us all buried under a mountain of our own broken equipment." He muttered the last part to himself. A young man in a clean, new parka scurried over to Anya holding a tablet. Miles Corbin, her graduate student, her shadow. His face was perpetually flushed with a mixture of cold, excitement, and a desperate need for approval. "Dr. Sharma, I've cross-referenced the core samples from the last 100 meters. The isotope ratios are weird. There's a spike in silicon particulates." Anya took the tablet, her brow furrowed. "Weird is not a scientific term, Miles. Quantify." "The particulate count is higher than in any other sample on record. By a factor of 10, Miles said, his voice hushed with reverence as if sharing a sacred text. And they aren't random sediment, they're structured, almost crystalline. Anya zoomed in on the spectrography images. Miles was right. There were patterns, microscopic lattices of impossible complexity suspended in the ice. Before she could process the information, a klaxon blared through the bay, a piercing, insistent alarm. On the main display, a single word flashed in crimson: torque. "I'm losing rotational velocity," Javi bellowed, lunging for the manual override controls. He spun a heavy, grease-slicked wheel, and the grinding hum of the drill deepened into a gut-wrenching groan. "The teeth are binding. It's gumming up." "With what?" Anya demanded, her eyes fixed on the numbers. The temperature at the drill head was spiking, not from friction but from some other reaction. "What is down there?" Sven's voice, now sharp with panic, sliced through the noise. "Mendoza, what is happening? I want a report." Javi ignored him. His entire focus was on the machine, his hands moving with an instinct born of decades in frozen hells like this one. He fought the controls, his muscles straining against the immense forces at play a kilometer below. The deck plates vibrated violently, rattling tools on their racks. A fine powder of frost shook loose from the ceiling struts. "It's like hitting tar," Javi grunted, sweat beading on his forehead despite the sub-zero air. "Something is grabbing the bit." Miles stared, pale and wide-eyed, at the depth gauge. 1,998 meters. 99. Then it happened. Not with a bang, but with a sudden, profound cessation. The vibration stopped. The grinding groan vanished. The torque alarm fell silent. All that remained was the low hum of the circulation pumps and the whisper of the ventilation system. The silence was more shocking than the noise had been. It was a physical presence, a heavy blanket thrown over the world. Javi stood panting, his hands still on the control wheel. "Breach," he breathed out. "We're through." Anya stared at her screens. The data was nonsensical. The pressure sensors at the drill head read 0, not low pressure, 0. The temperature was plummeting, stabilizing at a number that made no sense. And the forward sonar, it was blank, a void. "We didn't breach bedrock," she said, her voice a near whisper. "The sonar shows nothing, no return echo, no floor." Miles moved closer to her station. "What does that mean?" Anya did not answer. She brought up the audio feed from the drill head microphone, a sensor designed to analyze the sounds of rock fracturing. She amplified the gain, cranking it until the hiss of static filled the control room. She filtered out the noise of the probe's own electronics. And underneath it all there was something else. A faint, rhythmic pulse. A soft, wet, organic sound. It was the sound of a lung inflating, or a heart beating. Sven's voice, tight with restrained fury, came over the intercom once more. "Dr. Sharma, report. What have you found?" Anya looked from her screen to the immense, silent machine in the center of the bay. The drill, their sterile instrument of science, now seemed like a dirty needle pushed into an unknown vein. "I think," she said, her own heart starting to hammer in time with the sound from the deep, "we have made a very significant miscalculation." Chapter 2: The Imp's Eye. The silence persisted for 3 hours. 3 hours of checks and cross-checks, of running diagnostics that all returned the same impossible answer. There was nothing there. The Karen drill hung suspended at the end of its 2-kilometer shaft, dangling in an open space of indeterminate size. According to every geological survey, every ground-penetrating radar scan, every seismic model that had cost the consortium millions of dollars, they should have been grinding through Archean bedrock. Sven Gunnarsson finally descended from his administrative perch. He strode into the drill bay, his movements stiff, his face a mask of controlled irritation. He held a tablet, the source of his authority, clutched in his hand like a shield. "Unacceptable," he declared, his gaze sweeping over the silent machinery. The models were unequivocal. "The models were wrong," Anya replied without turning from her console. She was running simulations, trying to find any natural geological phenomenon that could account for the data. She found none. A subglacial volcanic caldera. The temperature readings were too low. A simple fissure. The lack of any sonar return suggested a space far too vast. "Or the equipment is malfunctioning," Sven countered, tapping his tablet. "I am logging this as a potential sensor failure. We will recalibrate and resume drilling." "You will do no such thing," Javi interjected. He had been performing his own inspection, methodically checking the tension on the drill shaft's suspension cables. "If there is a void down there and we drop this 100-ton rig into it, the shaft will buckle. We'll lose the whole assembly. That's $250 million of hardware gone, Sven. Try explaining that unacceptable outcome to your board." Sven's jaw tightened. The mention of money, of a loss he could be held accountable for, was the only argument that could penetrate his wall of protocol. "Then what do you propose, Mendoza? We sit here and do nothing." "We see what we're dealing with," Anya said, finally turning to face them. Her eyes were bright, alight with an intensity that bordered on feverish. "The drill probe has a camera, but its field of view is too narrow. We need to send down a drone." Miles, who had been hovering near the edge of the conversation, straightened up. "Imp1 is prepped and ready, Doctor. Full battery, wide-angle lens, and the laser mapping system is calibrated." Sven scowled. "A drone deployment is not on the schedule. It requires a full risk assessment." "Consider this the risk assessment," Anya shot back, her patience wearing thin. "The risk of drilling blind is catastrophic. The risk of deploying a 2-kilogram drone is negligible. We are sending it down." Her tone left no room for debate. For the first time, Sven seemed to shrink slightly under her authority, the authority of the lead scientist on a project that had just veered off the map of known reality. He gave a curt, reluctant nod. The imp was a sphere of hardened composites and sensors, no bigger than a bowling ball. Zola Adebio, the communications and drone tech, wheeled its launch cradle to the edge of the borehole service shaft, a narrow conduit that ran parallel to the main drill shaft. Her movements were precise and economical. She spoke little, but her competence was a quiet, reassuring presence. She connected the fiber-optic tether, and the drone's lights blinked to life. "Tether connection is solid. Full control link established," Zola reported, her voice calm and even from her console. "Ready to deploy on your mark, Doctor." Anya, Javi, and a pale-faced Miles gathered around the main display screen, which now showed the drone's forward-facing camera view, a tight circle of darkness. "Deploy," Anya commanded. On the screen, the circle of darkness began to move. The drone descended into the borehole. The camera showed nothing but the smooth, ice-slicked walls of the shaft rushing past. A depth counter ticked down rapidly in the corner of the screen. 500 meters, 1,000, 1,500. The silence in the control room was absolute, broken only by the quiet hum of the computers. "Approaching terminal depth," Zola announced. 2,000 meters. The image on the screen changed. The confining walls of the shaft fell away. The drone emerged into a space of impossible scale. The IMP's powerful floodlights cut through an absolute blackness, illuminating a scene that defied all logic. They were not in a cavern. They were in a cathedral. Vast, crystalline pillars, thicker than the base's main habitat module, soared up into the darkness, beyond the reach of the drone's lights. The walls were not rough-hewn rock, but were formed of interlocking, geometric patterns that seemed too perfect to be natural. A faint, internal light pulsed within the crystal structures, a soft blue-green luminescence that shifted and swirled like captured aurora borealis. The air, according to the drone's atmospheric sensors, was a bizarre cocktail of nitrogen, argon, and unknown trace gases. The temperature was a stable -60 degrees Celsius. "My God," Miles whispered, his face pressed close to the screen. "Run a laser scan," Anya ordered, her voice tight with awe. "I want a topographical map of this place." On a secondary screen, a wireframe model began to build itself as the drone's lasers swept the area. The cavern, if it could be called that, was immense. The drone was floating in a space that was at least a kilometer wide, and the ceiling was too high to register. "Javi," Anya said softly, "look at the floor." The drone's camera tilted down. The floor was a smooth, dark, almost obsidian-like surface, but it was littered with things, strange, elongated shapes some several hundred meters long. They were ribbed and segmented like the fossilized skeletons of colossal serpents. "Those aren't rocks," Javi murmured. His skepticism was gone, replaced by a deep primal unease. "Those are bones." "Impossible," Sven muttered from behind them, his voice weak. "Nothing could live down here. Nothing could grow to that size." "Fly us closer to that central pillar," Anya instructed Zola. The drone obediently banked and moved through the silent, alien forest of crystal. The scale was disorienting. What looked like small crystals from a distance were the size of buildings up close. As they approached the designated pillar, the image on the screen flickered. "Signal degradation," Zola reported. "There's some kind of electromagnetic interference." "From what?" Anya asked. Before Zola could answer, the main screen went to static. A screech of white noise erupted from the speakers. "Lost the feed," Zola yelled, her hands flying across her control panel. "I've lost the control link. It's not responding." "The tether," Javi said, his eyes wide. "Is the tether still intact?" Zola checked her readouts. "The fiber optic line is gone. It's been severed." The tension sensors registered a sudden, massive spike, then nothing. A profound chill settled over the room, a cold that had nothing to do with the Antarctic air outside. They stared at the screen, which showed only a blizzard of meaningless static. The imp, their eyes and ears in the void, was gone. It had not malfunctioned. It had not hit a wall. Something in that vast, silent, beautiful space had, with incredible force, cut it loose. Sven finally found his voice, a reedy, panicked sound. "Get that bore hole sealed. Now, that is a direct order." But Anya was staring at the last coherent image they had received, a single frame she had managed to capture before the feed died. It was a magnified view of the crystalline pillar the drone had been approaching. In the image, almost lost in the glare of the floodlight, was a shape. It was not geometric. It was not crystalline. It was a dark, organic-looking form, pressed flat against the pillar's surface, like a deep-sea starfish clinging to a rock. And in the center of it, a single, black, lens-like orb seemed to be staring directly back at the camera. "It knows we're here," Anya whispered. The discovery of a lifetime had, in the space of a heartbeat, become the terror of a lifetime. The void below them was not empty. It was inhabited. Chapter 3: The Second Messenger. For 24 hours, a cold war raged in Tartarus base. Sven, invoking every protocol in the corporate handbook, had ordered the bore hole sealed. He wanted the 2-meter-thick steel iris at the top of the shaft closed and welded shut. He spoke of unacceptable risks, of unknown contaminants, of his duty to preserve the station's integrity. He was a man terrified of a problem he could not quantify in a spreadsheet, and his response was to try and wall it off. Javi, in a rare act of open defiance, refused. "Closing that iris is a one-way street, Sven," he had argued, his voice dangerously low in the tense meeting in the communications room. "If that tether was cut, it means something down there is strong. Strong and fast. What if it's intelligent? Sealing the only way out might look like a threat. You don't brick up the door to a bear cave when you know the bear is home." Anya had sided with Javi, but for different reasons. "We cannot be blind," she insisted, her voice resonating with scientific fervor. "That single image, that life form, this is the most important biological discovery in human history. To seal it off now would be a crime against all knowledge. We have to know what it is. We have to understand it." The stalemate was broken not by argument but by a message from the world above. A heavily encrypted directive from the consortium's head office arrived, its tone glacial and absolute. They had seen the initial reports, the impossible sonar data. They did not want the discovery buried. They wanted it confirmed. They authorized and in fact demanded a second probe. The mission had changed from drilling to exploration. Sven, his face pale as he read the directive, was stripped of his authority on the matter. The decision was now Anya's. "We'll send IMPTU," she announced, a grim determination in her eyes. "But we do it differently this time. No fiber-optic tether. We use the short-range encrypted radio link. It's riskier, the signal could be lost, but it can't be physically severed. And we are not just exploring. We are retrieving." "Retrieving what?" Javi asked, his arms crossed over his chest. "Imp1, or what's left of it. I want to know what happened to it. And I want a sample. I've equipped the new drone with a micro drill and a sample containment unit. The mood during the second launch was a stark contrast to the first. The air of excited discovery was gone, replaced by a thick, anxious tension. Zola's fingers were steady on the controls, but her knuckles were white. Javi stood by the winch for the drone's emergency retrieval cable, his hand never far from the activation switch. Sven watched from the doorway, a sour expression on his face, a man waiting for a disaster he could later say he predicted. Deploying IMP-2, Zola said, her voice a flat line in the quiet room. Once again, they watched the camera feed as the drone descended. It emerged into the crystalline abyss, its lights carving a lonely patch of brilliance in the oppressive, silent dark. The view was just as breathtaking, and now infinitely more menacing. Every pillar seemed like a hiding place. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat. Taking us to the last known coordinates of Imp-1, Zola narrated, her focus absolute. The drone glided through the cavern, its movements smooth and controlled. I am picking up the same M interference as before. The signal is stable for now. They found it resting on the dark floor at the base of the colossal pillar from the first transmission. The wreckage was shocking. The drone's hardened composite shell was not just broken, it was warped and compressed, as if squeezed by a gigantic hydraulic press. One of the floodlights still flickered weakly, a dying pulse in the gloom. "Move in closer," Anya commanded, her voice hushed. The drone's camera zoomed in. The metal was peeled open like a tin can, but there were no teeth marks, no claw marks. The edges of the torn shell were smooth, almost melted. "What could do that?" Miles whispered, his voice trembling. Javi stared at the screen. Pressure, a localized, directed burst of immense pressure. "Scan the pillar," Anya said. "Where is the organism we saw?" Zola panned the drone's camera up the shimmering, crystalline surface. There was nothing. The strange, star-shaped creature was gone. The surface was smooth, unblemished. "Maybe it moved on," Miles offered, a hopeful note in his voice. Anya was not convinced. Zola switched to thermal imaging. Zola complied. The image on the screen shifted from high-definition color to a ghostly palette of blues and reds. The cavern was uniformly, intensely cold, a deep, homogeneous blue, except for one spot. On the surface of the pillar, right where the creature had been, was a faint, hand-shaped patch of slightly warmer blue, a residue, a ghost. It was there, Anya breathed. It left a thermal signature. "So where did it go?" Javi asked, his gaze scanning the edges of the screen. Anya's eyes narrowed. Zola panned across the wall slowly, "Stay on thermal." The camera began a slow, deliberate sweep of the pillar's vast surface. It was all the same deep, frozen blue. The drone moved past vertical ridges and crystalline facets, each detail picked out in ghostly relief. "Wait," Anya said suddenly. "Go back right there." Zola reversed the drone's movement. Anya pointed at the screen. "There, that section. It looks like the rest of the wall, but the thermal reading is different. It's a fraction of a degree colder. Colder than the ambient temperature. It's absorbing heat." On the screen was a section of the wall that looked identical to the rest. A flat, crystalline surface. But in the thermal view, it was a patch of deeper, darker blue, a cold spot. It's impossible for something to be colder than its environment without an active process, Anya murmured, thinking aloud. It would violate the laws of thermodynamics. Doctor, Zola said, her voice suddenly strained. The drone. I'm getting a proximity alert, but there's nothing there. On the screen, the visual camera showed only the flat, empty wall. But the drone's proximity sensors were screaming, the readout flashing a collision warning. Javi took a step closer to the screen. The wall, he said, his voice a low growl. It's the wall. Anya's blood ran cold. The cold spot, the proximity warning, the perfect flat surface. It wasn't a section of the wall, it was the creature. It had not moved away. It had simply flattened itself, changed its texture and color, and become a seamless part of the pillar. It was hiding in plain sight. Zola, get the drone out of there. Now, Anya yelled. But it was too late. On the screen, the flat section of the wall rippled. The illusion of solid crystal dissolved. For a fraction of a second, the creature revealed its form, a chaotic mass of shifting, rock-like plates and razor-sharp icicles. It did not move toward the drone. The space between them simply ceased to exist. The creature lunged, expanding with impossible speed. The last thing the camera transmitted was an image of a perfectly circular, perfectly black orifice opening in the center of the monster, an abyss that swallowed the drone's light. The screen went dead. The signal was gone. For a long moment, nobody moved. The second drone, their second messenger, was gone. They had stared directly at the predator for over a minute and had not seen it. It was a perfect hunter, a creature whose very method of existence was deception. Miles finally broke the silence, his voice a choked sob. It was watching us. The whole time it was watching. Anya turned from the blank screen, her face grim. Her scientific curiosity had been eclipsed by a primal, suffocating dread. "We have to get a sample," she said, her voice barely audible. "We have to." Javi looked at her, then at the sealed, silent entrance to the bore hole. "Doctor," he said, his voice heavy with finality, "this is not an animal. This is a trap, and we just rang the dinner bell twice." Chapter 4: The Price of a Pebble. The loss of the second drone plunged Tartarus Base into a state of quiet, simmering panic. The creature was no longer a theoretical discovery. It was a confirmed threat, an active, intelligent hunter of unparalleled stealth. Sven locked himself in his office, firing off frantic, liability-absolving reports to a head office that was now a silent, distant god. The rest of the small crew moved through the habitat's sterile corridors with a new, fearful slowness, every shadow seeming a little deeper, every strange noise from the ice seeming a little closer. The borehole was now a wound, a direct, open channel between their fragile pocket of warmth and light and the absolute, predatory darkness below. Anya found herself unable to sleep. She spent her time in the lab, replaying the final, distorted frames from IMP-2's camera, studying the impossible creature. It was a master of its environment, a being that did not just live in the ice and rock. It was the ice and rock. The implications were staggering. It was not just a new species, it was a new category of life. A lithoform, a crystalline predator, and she had nothing. No data, no physical evidence. Nothing but a few ghostly images, and a story that no one in the wider world would ever believe. "I need a sample," she repeated for the 10th time, packing the small confines of the geology lab. Miles sat on a stool, watching her, his face drawn and pale. The initial thrill of discovery had curdled into pure fear. "Doctor, how?" he asked, his voice cracking. "It's destroyed 2 drones. What else can we send down there?" "We don't send anything all the way down," Anya said, her mind racing. She stopped packing and pointed at a schematic of the Karen drill on a wall monitor. "The main shaft. The walls are coated in drilling fluid, rock slurry, and ice particulate. When the breach happened, there would have been a massive pressure equalization. A backblast of air and debris from the cavern would have shot up the shaft. Some of it must have frozen to the walls." A spark of understanding lit in Miles's eyes. So, there could be microscopic fragments of the creature, frozen to the inside of the borehole, just below the surface. "Exactly," Anya affirmed. "We don't need to go into the cave, we just need to scrape the walls a few meters down." The plan was simple, and that made it seem safe. Javi, however, was not convinced. He stood in the drill bay, watching Anya and Miles assemble a long, articulated sampling rod. "You're opening the iris," he stated. It wasn't a question. "Only for a few minutes," Anya replied, not meeting his gaze. "We lower the rod, take a core sample from the shaft wall, and we close it, quick and clean." "There is no clean with this thing, Doctor," Javi warned, his voice a low growl. "You're cracking open the door to a tiger cage to steal a whisker from the floor. You think the tiger won't notice?" "The creature is 2,000 meters down," Anya countered, her frustration showing. "It's not going to climb a vertical ice shaft in 5 minutes. The risk is minimal." "You don't know that. You don't know anything about it except that it's a perfect predator. And a perfect predator is patient." Sven appeared, drawn by the activity. "What is this? I did not authorize the iris to be opened." "The consortium did," Anya said, holding up a printout of her latest communication. "They've demanded physical evidence. This is the safest way to get it. We have a 5-minute window." Sven read the paper, his lips a thin white line. He was trapped between his own fear and the demands of his employers. He gave a weak, defeated wave of his hand. 5 minutes, not a second more. Log every step of the procedure. He retreated, abdicating responsibility. Javi watched him go, then turned back to Anya. "This is a mistake." He did not say it with anger, but with a heavy, grim certainty. He walked over to the main winch controls and stood there, his hand resting on the emergency retrieval lever, his face set like stone. Miles, eager to prove his worth after his earlier fear, practically vibrated with nervous energy. "I can operate the rod, Doctor. I've practiced with the simulation." "Good," Anya said, giving him a rare, encouraging smile. "Just be quick, Miles, in and out." With a deep groan of hydraulics, the massive steel plates of the borehole iris began to separate. A wave of intensely cold air, colder than the ambient temperature of the bay, billowed out, carrying with it a faint, ozone-like smell, the scent of the alien air from below. A perfect circle of blackness was revealed in the center of the floor. It seemed to suck the light and warmth out of the room. Miles, wearing a heavy safety harness tethered to a ceiling anchor, cautiously approached the hole. He knelt and began to lower the long, jointed sampling rod into the darkness. A small camera on the end of the rod relayed a grainy image to a nearby monitor, showing the ice-caked walls of the shaft. Lowering to 10 meters, Miles narrated, his voice tight, engaging the core drill. He pressed a button on the control unit, and a small whirring sound echoed up from the shaft. On the monitor, they watched as a tiny drill bit spun and bit into the ice wall. A few seconds later, it retracted, carrying a small, cloudy cylinder of ice. "Sample acquired," Miles said, a note of triumph in his voice. "Beginning retrieval." He started to retract the rod. It came up smoothly at first. Then it snagged. "It's stuck," Miles said, his voice rising in panic. He pulled harder, but the rod wouldn't budge. "Something's holding it." Anya rushed to his side. "Jiggle it, gently. It might just be frozen to the wall." Miles worked the controls, his movements becoming jerky. The rod refused to move. The camera feed showed the end of the rod seemingly embedded in the ice. Javi's voice cut through the tension. "Anya, the clock, 4 minutes are up." "I know," she snapped, her eyes darting between Miles and the dark hole. "Forget the rod, son," Javi called out to Miles. "Let it go, we're closing the iris." "No," Miles cried, his desperation palpable. He was so close. He had the sample. To fail now was unthinkable. "I can get it, it's just caught on something." In a fatal moment of panicked ambition, he leaned further over the hole, trying to get a better angle to pull. His safety tether held him, but his position was awkward. "Miles, get away from the hole," Anya shouted. He gave one last, powerful heave. There was a sharp crack from below. The rod came free. But it was not just the rod. A large chunk of ice from the shaft wall, loosened by the struggle, broke off and tumbled into the darkness. It was followed by a shower of smaller ice fragments. Miles stumbled backward, clutching the control unit, a relieved grin spreading across his face. "I got it, it's free." He never saw what came next. From the black circle something erupted. It was not a creature of flesh and bone. It was a spear of dark, jagged rock, moving with the speed of a piston. It shot out of the hole, a silent black projectile. It struck Miles in the chest with a sickening, wet crunch. The impact lifted him off his feet and slammed him against a nearby stack of equipment crates. He collapsed to the floor in a broken heap, the sampling rod clattering from his lifeless hands. For a heartbeat, everyone was frozen in disbelief. Then the horror compounded. The rock spear, embedded in Miles's chest, began to change. It seemed to retract, to fold in on itself, pulling the boy's body with it. With a horrific, grinding sound, it dragged the corpse toward the hole. "No!" Anya screamed, lunging forward. Javi was faster. He tackled her, throwing them both to the deck plates as the rock spear, and the body of Miles Corbin vanished back into the impossible blackness of the shaft. The retrieval was complete. Javi scrambled to his feet and slammed his fist down on the emergency close button for the iris. The klaxons blared again as the heavy steel plates began to slide shut, sealing the hole, sealing the tomb. Anya lay on the cold floor, staring at the spot where her student had been. There was no blood, no body, nothing but the discarded control unit. The predator had not just killed, it had collected, it had taken its own sample. Chapter 5: The Wall That Watches. The aftermath of Miles's death was a suffocating blanket of shock and horror. The drill bay was now a crime scene, a tomb. Sven, his face the color of ash, finally emerged from his office. He did not yell or issue orders. He simply stared at the closed iris, at the empty space where Miles had been, and a single, choked sob escaped his lips. The neat, orderly world of his schedules and reports had been violated by a brutal, incomprehensible reality. Anya was catatonic. Javi had pulled her into a small maintenance office away from the scene. She sat on a stool, wrapped in a thermal blanket she did not need, her eyes fixed on nothing. The scientist in her, the part that craved data and understanding, was silent. In its place was a raw, gnawing guilt. Her ambition, her relentless push for a sample, had led Miles over that hole. Her choices had gotten him killed. Javi said nothing. He simply made a cup of coffee, his hands moving with slow, deliberate steadiness, and placed it on the table in front of her. The gesture was small, mundane, and profoundly human in a world that had suddenly become alien. Zola's voice, strained and thin, crackled over the station's internal comms. "Sven, Anya, you need to see this." Javi helped Anya to her feet. Her movements were stiff, robotic. They walked to the communications room, the heart of the base. Zola was at her console, her face illuminated by the glow of a dozen monitors. She pointed a trembling finger at one screen. "It's the security camera feed from the drill bay," she said. "I've had it on a continuous loop." The screen showed a wide-angle view of the bay. In the center was the massive, circular iris, now tightly shut. Nothing was moving. "I don't see anything," Sven said, his voice hoarse. "Watch the iris," Zola whispered. "Watch the seams." They watched. For a full minute the image was static. Then they saw it. A subtle, almost imperceptible distortion. The heavy steel plates of the iris, designed to withstand hundreds of atmospheres of pressure, were bending. A slight bulge was forming in the center, pressing upward from below. It rose a few centimeters, held for a moment, and then slowly receded. A few seconds later, it happened again. A slow, rhythmic, powerful press. "Something is pushing," Javi stated, the words falling like stones in the silent room. "It's testing it." "It's trying to get out," Anya whispered, the first words she had spoken in an hour. Her scientific mind began to stir again, pushing through the fog of grief. The creature wasn't just a mindless predator. It was curious. It was an explorer, and now its path was blocked. "How is that possible?" Sven stammered. "It's 2 kilometers down. How could it get up the shaft so fast?" "It doesn't climb," Anya said, her eyes wide with a terrifying realization. "It's a lithoform. It doesn't move through the rock. It moves as the rock, the spear that took Miles. It wasn't a projectile it threw. It was a part of itself it extended. It can likely move through the ice walls of the shaft just as easily as it moves through the cavern floor." The implication of her words hung in the air. The 2-kilometer shaft was not a barrier. It was a highway. "The integrity of this base," Javi said, his gaze turning to the schematic of Tartarus on the wall, depends on the stability of the ice shelf it's built into. Our habitat modules are anchored directly into the ice. A new alert began to ping softly on Zola's console. It was not an alarm, just a low-priority notification from one of the station's thousands of environmental sensors. "What is that?" Sven asked, his voice shaking. "It's a temperature sensor," Zola said, pulling up the data. "Sensor 74 Alpha. It's in the foundation of the East Wing corridor, the one that leads to the geological sample storage." Her blood drained from her face. "It's reading a localized cold spot, just like the one we saw in the cavern." They ran down the sterile white corridors of the habitat module, their boots pounding on the metal deck plates. They reached the east wing. The corridor was empty, bathed in the harsh, even light of the overhead panels. It looked perfectly normal. "Where is the sensor?" Anya asked, her breath misting in the air. Javi pointed to a small, circular plate on the wall near the floor. "There." He cautiously approached the wall. The wall itself was made of a thick, insulated composite, but it was anchored to the ice beyond it with massive steel bolts. He reached out a hand, his fingers hovering just centimeters from the wall's surface. "It's cold," he said, "colder than it should be." Anya pulled a small, handheld thermal imager from her jacket pocket. She aimed it at the wall. The screen displayed a swirl of green and blue. The corridor was cool, but the section of the wall around the sensor was a deep, dark, violet black. An unnerving, unnatural patch of intense cold that was spreading. "It's not in the shaft anymore," Anya breathed. "It's in the ice, right outside." Sven began to back away, his eyes wide with terror. "It's impossible. It can't get through the hull." As he spoke, a low, grinding sound began to emanate from the wall. It was the sound of ice fracturing, of rock scraping against metal. One of the thick steel anchor bolts, embedded deep in the ice behind the wall, began to vibrate. A fine shower of frost trickled from around its edges. Then, with a screech of tortured metal, the bolt began to move. It was not being unscrewed. It was being pushed. Slowly, inexorably, the massive bolt was being forced out of its housing, pushed from the other side by a silent, unimaginable pressure. They stared, mesmerized by the horror. The predator was no longer 2 kilometers below them. It was here. It was no longer contained by a bore hole. It was outside their walls, inside the very foundation of their sanctuary. The wall they leaned on, the floor they stood on, the ice that held their station aloft. It was all part of the creature's hunting ground now. The grinding grew louder. The bolt had been pushed out a full 10 centimeters, revealing a dark, crumbling hole behind it. From that hole, a thin, crystalline tendril, black as obsidian and sharp as glass, snaked out into the corridor. It twisted in the air, testing, sensing. The wall was no longer a barrier. It was a window, and something was looking in. Chapter 6. The Heartbeat in the Hull. The tendril was an obscenity. A sliver of the abyss made manifest. It explored the sterile corridor with a slow, deliberate curiosity that was more terrifying than any frenzied attack. It was no thicker than a pencil, composed of a material that seemed to drink the light, reflecting nothing. It moved with a liquid grace that belied its rigid crystalline structure, brushing against the floor, then rising to tap silently against the opposite wall. It was a finger, testing the reality of their world. No one moved, no one breathed. They were transfixed, a trio of statues before a blasphemous idol. Sven was the first to break. A choked, guttural sound escaped his throat and he scrambled backward, his hands held up as if to ward off a ghost. The sound, small as it was enough. The tendril froze. It retracted a fraction of an inch, then whipped around, its sharp tip pointing directly at Sven. It had heard him. It knew he was there. "Don't move," Javi commanded, his voice a low, urgent whisper. His hand went to the heavy wrench that was perpetually clipped to his belt, but he knew it was a useless gesture. The grinding from within the wall intensified. More anchor bolts began to vibrate. Cracks spiderwebbed across the composite paneling as the ice behind it warped and buckled. The single tendril was a scout, a probe. The main body was coming. "The drill bay," Anya said, her mind snapping back into focus, adrenaline overriding her fear. "We have to seal it off. Whatever this thing is, it's using the bore hole as its main point of entry. If we can sever its connection to the cavern." "How?" Sven hissed, his back pressed against the far wall. "It's already inside the station's foundation." "The bay is on a separate geothermal loop," Javi cut in, his practical mind seizing on Anya's logic. "The heating conduits. They run in a network under the floor. If we can overload the system, we could flash melt the ice surrounding the bay," Anya finished, her eyes gleaming with a desperate, brilliant idea. "Create a thermal barrier, a moat of superheated slush and water that it can't cross without its crystalline structure breaking down." It was a wild, desperate gamble, a scorched earth defense. It would cripple the station's power grid and potentially destabilize the very ice shelf they stood upon. But it was the only weapon they had. "Zola," Javi barked into his comms unit, "we're evacuating the East Wing. I need you to go to engineering. Get ready to override the geothermal safeties on my command. All of them." "Understood," Zola's voice came back tight but steady. She did not ask why. The terror in their voices was answer enough. "Move," Javi ordered, shoving Sven ahead of him. "Now." They fled. The grinding behind them escalated into a deafening roar of fracturing ice and screaming metal. They did not look back. They ran through the corridors, the station's alarms now beginning to blare as multiple sensors in the East Wing failed in rapid succession. The creature was no longer pushing on a single wall. It was tearing the entire section apart. They reached the central hub, a nexus of corridors leading to the different modules of the base. "Get to the habitat module," Javi yelled at Sven. "Lock it down. Zola, you have the command." "I'm at the panel," her voice confirmed, panting slightly. "The core temperature is stable. Overriding the safeties will take a minute." "You don't have a minute," Anya said, pointing down the corridor that led to the drill bay. The floor plates at the far end were vibrating. The lights flickered violently. The creature was not just in the East Wing anymore. It was spreading, moving through the ice beneath their feet, following them. It was in the station's bloodstream. "Anya, go with Sven," Javi commanded. I have to get to the bay. I need to manually open the primary coolant valves. It's the only way to get enough thermal energy for the meltdown. I'm coming with you, she stated. It was not a request. You'll need me to reroute the power flow. You can't do both at once. Javi looked at her, saw the unyielding determination in her eyes. The same drive that had led them into this disaster was now their only hope of surviving it. He gave a curt nod. Sven, go. That's an order. Sven needed no further encouragement. He scrambled down the corridor toward the living quarters, his face a mask of pure terror. Javi and Anya ran in the opposite direction, toward the source of the danger. The vibrations grew stronger with every step, the entire structure of the base humming like a tuning fork. The lights in the drill bay corridor were out, leaving them in a terrifying gloom, illuminated only by the strobing red of the emergency beacons. They burst into the drill bay. The scene was one of chaos. The massive sealed iris in the center of the floor was grotesquely deformed, bulging upward like a monstrous blister. From the seams, a black crystalline growth was seeping out, spreading across the floor in fractal patterns like frost forming in fast forward. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and shattered rock. The creature was here. The geothermal control panel is over there, Javi shouted over the noise, pointing to a reinforced console on the far side of the room. The manual valves are below it. They sprinted across the vibrating floor. The crystalline growth seemed to react to their movement, thin black tendrils rising from the main mass and reaching for them like grasping fingers. They were running through a field of living rock that was trying to ensnare them. Anya reached the console first, her fingers flying across the keypad, ignoring the emergency warnings that flooded the screen. I'm in, rerouting main power to the geothermal converters. It's going to kill the lights everywhere else, but it's all going to the heaters. Javi was on his knees, wrenching at a large, rust-red wheel below the panel. The valve is seized. The pressure from below is warping the housing. He put his entire body into it, his muscles straining. The wheel refused to budge. The central iris gave a deafening shriek of metal. A crack appeared across its surface. From the crack, a geyser of black shards and freezing, alien air erupted. The main body of the predator was about to break through. It's not moving, Javi roared in frustration. Anya looked from Javi to the cracking iris, then back to her console. Her face was a mask of cold calculation. The pressure has to be equalized. What are you talking about? I am going to open the iris, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm. Are you insane? Javi yelled, letting go of the valve. It will come through, it will kill us. It's coming through anyway, she retorted, her fingers already typing in the override command. If I open it, it will release the pressure on the valve housing for a second. That's your chance. When you feel the pressure shift, turn the wheel. You'll have 1 second. Do you understand? He stared at her, seeing the terrifying, beautiful madness of her plan. It was suicide. It was also their only chance. He nodded, his hands gripping the wheel again, his knuckles white. Now, Anya screamed, slamming her palm down on the final execution key. The hydraulic locks on the iris disengaged with a series of explosive bangs. The deformed steel plates, no longer held in place, were blasted upward by the immense pressure from below. They flew into the ceiling like steel frisbees, trailing sparks and smoke. From the now open hole, the creature surged forth. It was not a single entity. It was a legion, a churning, boiling mass of black rock and ice, a geological nightmare that poured into the drill bay like a tidal wave of living stone. It had no eyes, no face, only 1,000 shifting, razor-sharp edges and a single, unified purpose: to expand, to consume, to grow. In that single, heart-stopping moment, as the wave of black death rose from the floor, Javi felt the pressure on the valve release. With a primal roar, he threw his entire weight into the wheel. It spun freely. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the floor as superheated fluid, the lifeblood of the station, was diverted into the conduits beneath them. Anya grabbed his arm. Javi, run. The floor plates at their feet began to glow red. A wave of intense heat, visible even in the dim light, spread outward from the center of the bay. The leading edge of the crystalline monster, the wave of black tendrils and sharp-edged rock, touched the superheated metal. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The crystalline structures, stable only in extreme cold, could not handle the thermal shock. They exploded, not with fire but with sound. A high-pitched, harmonic scream filled the air as the living rock detonated into a cloud of black, inert dust and superheated steam. The chain reaction was immediate. The entire advancing wave of the creature disintegrated as it crossed the heat boundary, its complex structure shattering into harmless minerals. Anya and Javi scrambled back, shielding their faces from the blast of steam and dust. They watched as their desperate gambit paid off. A circle of destruction, a moat of fire and steam, now surrounded the bore hole, holding the monster at bay. They had won the battle, but as they looked at the crippled, darkened station around them and listened to the furious, thwarted screeching of the creature still boiling in the pit, they knew the war had just begun, and they were trapped on a tiny, dying island in the middle of an ocean of alien hunger. Chapter 7: The Ghosts in the Static. The heat was a temporary reprieve, a cauterized wound on a dying patient. Tartarus Base was crippled. The drill bay was an inferno of steam and glowing metal. The geothermal system pushed far beyond its limits. All non-essential systems were dead. The lights were out, save for the emergency beacons that painted the corridors in rhythmic, bloody splashes of red. The habitat module, running on its own backup batteries, was their only sanctuary, a small pocket of relative normalcy in a world that had come undone. Sven was there, huddled in the galley, nursing a flask of whiskey he'd kept hidden for just such an occasion. He was a man broken, his authority shattered, his rule-book incinerated. He just stared at the bulkhead, muttering about protocols and contractual obligations, a ghost haunting the ruins of his own failed bureaucracy. Zola was at the communications console, her station the only one still fully powered. She was trying to send a distress signal, a single, desperate burst of data that would tell the world what had happened here. But every attempt was met with failure. "It's no good," she said, her voice ragged with exhaustion. "The atmospheric interference is off the charts. The creature's emergence, the geothermal blast, it's created a magnetic storm around the station. Nothing is getting out." She swiveled in her chair to face Anya and Javi. "We're alone." Javi was patching up a gash on his arm, a souvenir from their flight from the drill bay. "The heat won't last forever," he said, his voice a low, pragmatic rumble. "The system is already starting to cool. 12 hours, maybe less. Then our moat becomes a frozen bridge, and the creature will try again." Anya was not listening. She was staring at a secondary monitor on Zola's console, one that displayed the raw audio feeds from the station's external sensors. The screen was a chaotic scribble of white noise waveforms, but within the chaos, she saw a pattern. "Zola," she said, her voice quiet, intense. "Isolate the VLF, the very low-frequency transmissions. Filter out everything else." Zola, accustomed to the strange requests of scientists, complied. Her fingers moved across the keyboard, and the chaotic scribble on the screen resolved into a single, repeating, rhythmic pulse. It was not a natural sound. It was structured, deliberate. "It's a signal," Zola breathed. "It's the creature," Anya corrected her. "It's broadcasting. It's been doing it since it first emerged. The magnetic storm isn't a side effect of its presence. The storm is its presence. It's a form of communication." Javi stopped tending to his arm. "It's calling for help." "No," Anya said, a look of profound horror dawning on her face. "It's not calling for help, it's calling its children." She pointed at the rhythmic pulse on the screen. "That's not a single entity down there, Javi. We were wrong. Emir's mantle. It's a hive, a colonial organism on a continental scale. The predator we fought is just one part of it, a soldier, an explorer. Now it's sending out a signal to the rest of the hive, telling them it's found something. It's found us." Sven let out a hollow laugh from his corner. "A hive, so there's more of them." "Potentially thousands more," Anya said, her gaze fixed on the screen. "Dormant all across the continent, buried deep in the ice. We haven't just woken up a monster, we've woken up an army." The full, apocalyptic weight of her words settled over the small room. Their fight was not for survival against a single creature. It was a fight against a planetary immune system that had just identified them as a virus. "Can you translate it?" Javi asked, his voice grim. "The signal, can you figure out what it's saying?" "It's not a language of words," Anya explained, her mind racing. "It's mathematics, pure data. It's transmitting location, atmospheric composition, biological data." She trailed off, her eyes widening as she cross-referenced the signal with the station's own internal sensor logs. "My God!" "What is it?" Zola asked, leaning in. "It's us," Anya whispered. "It's transmitting our biometric data. Heart rates, body temperatures, CO2 output. It's not just telling them where we are. It's telling them what we are. It's giving them a blueprint. It's teaching them how to hunt us more efficiently." As if on cue, a new sound echoed through the station's hull. It was not the grinding of the creature in the drill bay. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping. It came from the west wall of the habitat module. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, deliberate, methodical. Javi grabbed a heavy fire extinguisher from the wall, holding it like a club. He moved silently to the viewport, a small, triple-paned circle of armored glass that looked out onto the endless, empty ice shelf. He peered out. There was nothing there, just the blowing snow of the Antarctic night, illuminated by the station's single remaining external floodlight. "I don't see anything," he said. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythm was changing. It was becoming more complex. Anya rushed to the viewport, looking over Javi's shoulder. "It's not random," she said. "That's a prime number sequence. 2 taps, then 3, then 5. "It's learning," Javi murmured, a cold dread washing over him. "It's communicating with us." Zola, her face pale, pointed at her console. "The signal from the drill bay has stopped. The broadcast is over." "It's not over," Anya said, her eyes still locked on the empty snow outside. "It's just switched to a local network." The tapping stopped. A new sound replaced it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to come from the ice all around them. The floor vibrated gently. The hum grew in intensity, a deep bass note that rattled the cups on the galley shelves. "What is it doing?" Sven whimpered from his corner. "It's resonating," Anya explained, her voice trembling with a mixture of terror and intellectual awe. "It's using seismic vibrations to map the station. It's finding our weak points. It's looking for another way in." The hum suddenly focused on one part of the room, a section of the outer hull near the galley's nutrient paste dispenser began to vibrate violently. A high-pitched squeal of stressed metal filled the air. The creature had found what it was looking for: a weld joint, a seam, a tiny imperfection in their armor. With a deafening crack, a hairline fracture appeared in the thick steel wall. It spiderwebbed outward, frost instantly forming along its edges. The predator was no longer coming from below. It was coming from all sides. The entire ice shelf was its body, and they were a thorn in its flesh it was determined to remove. Javi swung the fire extinguisher, shattering the small viewport. A blast of super-chilled air and snow screamed into the room. "Zola, cut the external floodlight," he yelled. Zola complied. The world outside plunged into absolute blackness. "What are you doing?" Sven shrieked. "It will freeze in here." "It hunts by vibration and thermal signature," Javi grunted, pulling Anya away from the cracking wall. "Our heat, our movement, the station's electronics. We're a lighthouse in its world. It's time to go dark." He looked around the small, fragile room at the 3 terrified faces staring back at him, and silent. The only sounds now were the howling of the wind through the broken viewport, and the relentless, high-pitched squeal of the steel hull as it began, millimeter by millimeter, to tear itself apart. Chapter 8: The Cold Equations. Silence became their armor, darkness their shield. They huddled in the central hub of the habitat module, the coldest, most structurally sound part of the station, away from the groaning outer walls. The backup batteries were dead, plunging them into a blackness so complete it felt physical, a heavy blanket pressing on their eyes. The only light came from the faint, green chemical glow of 2 emergency light sticks that Anya had found in a medical kit. They cast long, dancing shadows, turning their familiar surroundings into a landscape of alien shapes. The cold was a living thing. It leached the warmth from their bodies, stiffened their joints, and made every breath a painful, crystalline event. They were wrapped in every piece of clothing they could find, but it wasn't enough. They were slowly, inexorably freezing. The sounds from outside had changed. The direct, brute force assault on the hull had ceased. The creature was learning. It had switched to a more insidious tactic. Now there were soft, scraping noises, probing, testing sounds that moved around the perimeter of the habitat, sometimes on the walls, sometimes on the floor below, sometimes, terrifyingly, on the roof above. It was searching patiently for a way in. Sven was starting to break. He was shivering uncontrollably, but not just from the cold. "We're going to die here," he whispered, his teeth chattering. "Frozen. In the dark." "Be quiet," Javi hissed, his voice a plume of white vapor in the green gloom. "It can hear you." "What's the point?" Sven shot back, his whisper rising to a hysterical pitch. "It's everywhere. It knows we're here. Hiding in the dark is just waiting for the end." "It's not just hiding." Anya's voice cut through the tension, calm and measured despite the cold. "It's thinking. I've been running the numbers." In the faint light, they could see she was holding a tablet, its screen dimmed to the lowest possible setting. It was the only electronic device still active, running on its own small battery. "What numbers?" Javi asked. "The creature's behavior," she explained, her breath clouding the screen. "It's not random, it's efficient. It uses the minimum amount of energy required for the maximum effect. The pressure on the iris, the focused resonance on the whole weld. It's all calculated. It's solving a problem. And the problem is us." She pointed a numb finger at the screen, which displayed a complex, flowing diagram. "This is a predictive model based on its observed actions. It's testing our defenses, gathering data, and refining its attack vectors. It's a learning machine." "A machine to kill us," Sven sobbed quietly. "Yes," Anya said, her tone devoid of emotion. "It was a simple, scientific fact. And its next logical step, according to the model, is to disable our final resource." "What final resource?" Javi asked. "We have nothing left." "We have this," Anya said, tapping the tablet. "The station's life support systems. The CO2 scrubbers, the oxygen generators, the water recyclers. They're all housed in a single, shielded module. If it takes that out—" "Oh, we suffocate," Javi finished, the grim reality sinking in. "How long do we have?" "The module is shielded against radiation and seismic events. It's the most hardened part of the base," Anya said. "It will take the creature time to breach it. The model gives us 3 hours." 3 hours. The words hung in the frozen air. 3 hours until the air in their tiny sanctuary became unbreathable poison. A new noise began. A deep, rhythmic, grinding thud that came from the direction of the life support module. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of a slow, methodical, unstoppable siege. The creature had begun its final attack. Sven finally snapped. He scrambled to his feet, a wild, cornered look in his eyes. "No, I'm not going to sit here and wait to choke. The snowcat. In the vehicle bay, it has its own power, its own heater, a radio." The vehicle bay is on the other side of the drill bay, Javi said flatly. You'd have to cross the meltdown zone. You'd be cooked before you got halfway. There's another way, Sven babbled, pointing a shaking finger down a dark corridor. The maintenance tunnels. They run under the main floor. They bypass the drill bay. They come up in the vehicle depot. Those tunnels are unshielded, Anya countered. The creature is in the ice all around us. It would be like crawling through its guts. It's a chance, Sven screamed, his voice cracking. It's better than this. He didn't wait for a reply. He grabbed one of the green light sticks and bolted, disappearing into the blackness of the maintenance corridor. Sven, no, Javi yelled, starting after him. Let him go, Anya said, her voice cold. Javi stopped, turning to look at her in the gloom. The model is clear, she continued, her eyes on her tablet. A single individual moving rapidly generates a strong, focused thermal and seismic signature. It will draw the creature's attention. He is a diversion. Javi stared at her, horrified. Anya, you're talking about sacrificing him. I am talking about mathematics, she replied, her voice unwavering. His panicked flight creates a high-value target. The creature, being an efficient predator, will prioritize that target. It will divert resources to intercept him. By doing so, it will slow its assault on the life support module. He is buying us time. From deep within the maintenance tunnels, a single, piercing scream echoed back to them. It was cut off abruptly. Then, a sickening, wet, crunching sound. After that, silence. The rhythmic thumping on the life support module had stopped. Anya looked at her tablet. His diversion, she said, her voice a clinical whisper, has bought us an additional 47 minutes. Our survival probability has increased by 8%. Javi looked at the brilliant, terrifying woman in front of him, her face illuminated in the cold green light. He saw the scientist who had dreamed of discovery, but she was gone. In her place was something else, something as cold and calculating as the monster that hunted them. To survive, she had been forced to become a predator herself, her weapon not claws or teeth, but cold, hard equations. He realized with a profound and chilling certainty that he was now trapped between two monsters. Chapter 9: The Karen Gambit. The 47 minutes Sven's death had purchased were the loudest silence Javi had ever known. The scraping and thumping from outside had ceased. The creature was gone, presumably to consume or analyze its prize. But the absence of noise was not a comfort. It was a coiled spring, a held breath. It was the patient stillness of a predator that knows its prey is trapped. In the greenlit darkness, Anya worked. Her tablet was a universe of numbers and branching possibilities, a cold, logical map of their doom. Javi watched her, his earlier horror curdling into a grudging respect. She was not unfeeling, she was focused. She had walled off her grief and fear behind a barricade of pure reason, because reason was the only thing they had left. Zola sat nearby, her arms wrapped around her legs, her face a pale, stoic mask. She had accepted their fate, and in that acceptance found a strange, quiet calm. It will resume its assault on the life support module, Anya stated, her voice flat, breaking the long silence. The model predicts its return in 9 minutes. The diversionary tactic is a single-use variable. It will not be distracted again. So that's it, Zola murmured. "We wait for the air to run out." "No," Anya said, turning the tablet so they could both see it. On the screen was a schematic of the base. Two areas were highlighted in red, their current location in the habitat module and the cavernous, half-destroyed drill bay. "The creature is intelligent," Anya explained, "but its intelligence is alien. It is a geological consciousness. It thinks in terms of pressure, temperature, and seismic stress. It has identified this habitat as our lifeboat, and it is systematically trying to sink it, but it still perceives the bore hole as its primary point of ingress. Its greatest strength is concentrated there." Javi saw where she was going. "You want to go back to the drill bay." "I want to end this," Anya corrected him. "One way or another." She brought up another schematic, this one of the Karen drill itself. The drill's power source is a radioisotope thermoelectric generator, a compact nuclear battery. It's designed to run for 50 years. Its containment vessel is shielded to withstand a catastrophic structural collapse. "You want to use it as a bomb," Javi said, the pieces clicking into place. "Overload the generator and set off a nuclear event." "Not just an event," Anya said, her eyes burning with a feverish intensity. "A contained, directed one. If we can get to the drill control room and sever the suspension cables, the entire 2-kilometer drill shaft will drop into the cavern. The impact will shatter the generator's containment. The resulting explosion deep beneath the ice will be significant. It will vaporize Emir's mantle and the entire cavern system. It will cauterize the wound." It was a plan of breathtaking audacity, a final, world-breaking act of defiance. It was also, Javi knew, a suicide mission. "There's no way to get back out," he said quietly. "Once we sever those cables, the bay will be ground zero. We'll be at the top of the blast chamber." "I am aware of the probabilities," Anya said, her voice betraying no hint of emotion. "But the alternative is a 100% certainty of death by asphyxiation, followed by the creature potentially spreading beyond this continent. This plan offers a non-zero chance of eliminating the threat. It is the only logical choice." Zola looked from Anya to Javi. "I'll stay here," she said, her voice steady. "I can monitor the creature's movements, give you an early warning if it returns to the habitat sooner than the model predicts. I can be your eyes." It was her own quiet, courageous suicide note. Javi looked at the two women, the brilliant, cold scientist and the quiet, steadfast technician. He saw no fear in their eyes, only resolve. He gave a single, slow nod. "All right. The suspension cables are secured with explosive bolts for emergency release. The detonation codes are in the drill chief's office. My office." "Then we have a path," Anya said, closing her tablet. The time for calculation was over. Their journey back to the drill bay was a journey through a frozen ghost ship. The corridors were littered with frost and debris from the creature's earlier assaults. The air was thin and bitingly cold. Their only light was a single, fatting chemical stick. They moved with a stealth born of pure terror, every footstep muffled, every breath held. They reached the final corridor leading to the bay. The heat from the earlier meltdown was gone, but a low hum still emanated from the chamber beyond. As they got closer, they saw that the source of the hum was not machinery. It was the black, crystalline growth that had poured from the iris. It was no longer inert. It pulsed with a soft, internal violet light, and the humming was the sound of its strange, alien life. It had completely carpeted the floor of the bay, turning it into a landscape of shifting, geometric patterns. The bore hole in the center was a pit of utter blackness from which the growth seemed to endlessly flow. "It has fortified its position," Anya whispered, her scientific curiosity warring with her primal fear. "My office is on the upper gantry," Javi murmured, pointing to a catwalk that ran along the far wall, 10 meters above the crystalline floor. "The access ladder is over there." The ladder was 20 meters away, across the pulsating floor. To reach it, they would have to walk on the creature's body. "It reacts to heat and vibration," Anya reasoned, her mind working furiously. "We are cold. If we move slowly, carefully, it may not register us as a threat." "May not," Javi repeated grimly. "That's a hell of a gamble." "We are long past the point of safe wagers, Javi." He took a deep breath, the frigid air searing his lungs. He looked at the pulsating, alien ground, and then at the gantry that held the key to their final, desperate act. He took the first step. The crystal crunched softly under his boot, the sound impossibly loud in the humming silence. The violet light in the section he stood on pulsed a little brighter. He froze. The light subsided. He took another step, then another. Anya followed a few paces behind, her movements as slow and deliberate as his own. It was the most terrifying walk of his life. Every tiny shift of his weight, every crunch of crystal, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through his veins. He did not look down. He kept his eyes fixed on the ladder, a single point of salvation in a sea of monsters. They were halfway across when Zola's voice crackled in their comms headsets, a panicked, static-laced whisper. "Javi, Anya, it's back, it's at the habitat. The thumping has started again, but it's faster this time." At that exact moment, the crystal floor beneath their feet changed. The gentle, rhythmic hum escalated into a high-pitched whine. The violet light flared, becoming an angry, brilliant purple. From the surface of the crystal, hundreds of thin, sharp shards began to rise, like a field of black glass growing from the ground. The creature knew they were there. The trap was sprung. Chapter 10: A Grave of Ice and Fire. There was no more time for stealth. The crystalline field erupted around them. Javi lunged for the ladder, grabbing the icy rungs just as a spear of black rock shot up from the spot where his feet had been. He scrambled upward, not daring to look down. Anya was right behind him, her movements quick and agile. Shards of obsidian whipped past them, shattering against the metal gantry with percussive cracks. The entire bay had become a blender of living, hostile geology. They reached the gantry, a narrow metal walkway suspended high above the chaos. Below, the entire floor was a roiling sea of black crystal, a furious, churning mass of rage. The creature, in its hive-mind entirety, was now focused on these two tiny, warm specks of defiance. Javi kicked open the door to his small, glass-walled office and practically threw Anya inside. He slammed the reinforced door shut just as a massive, club-like appendage of rock smashed against it, cracking the armored glass. The office was a small, cluttered space, his personal sanctuary now turned into a flimsy bunker. The codes, Anya yelled over the roaring and smashing from outside. Where are they? Javi went to a small, unassuming wall safe. His hands, numb with cold and adrenaline, fumbled with the combination dial. Come on, come on. The noise outside grew louder. The entire gantry was shaking, vibrating in sympathy with the creature's fury. Zola's voice, now strained with terror, came over the comms again. The hull is breached. It's in the habitat module. I'm sealing myself in the server room, but I don't. Her transmission ended in a sharp, wet scream, followed by the sound of crunching metal and then complete, chilling silence. Javi's blood ran cold. Zola was gone. They were truly the last. The thought gave him a strange, final clarity. He spun the dial one last time. The safe clicked open. He pulled out a small, hardened briefcase. I have them, he said, his voice grim. He opened the case on his desk. Inside was not a keypad but a set of two physical keys and a covered, red toggle switch. It was an old, fail-safe system, designed to be immune to electronic interference. A system that required two people, two simultaneous actions to activate. Another titanic blow struck the office, and the far wall buckled inward. The cracked window shattered, and razor-sharp tendrils of black crystal began to snake inside. There's no time for a countdown, Anya shouted, batting away a tendril with a heavy fire extinguisher she'd grabbed from the wall. We have to do it now. Javi looked at the activation panel, then at her. He saw the understanding in her eyes. This was the end of the equation. Get ready, he said, handing her one of the keys. They stood on opposite sides of the briefcase. Outside, the creature was tearing their small shelter apart. The floor tilted as the gantry's supports began to give way. On my mark, Javi commanded, his voice steady, absolute. 3-2. Anya looked at him, and for the first time since Miles's death, the cold, calculating scientist vanished. He saw only a woman, terrified and brave at the end of all things. A flicker of a smile touched her lips, a final, shared acknowledgement of the insane, beautiful, terrible path that had led them to this moment. One, Javi said. They turned their keys in unison. He flipped the red toggle switch. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, a series of deep, resonant ka-thunks echoed from the top of the drill shaft, a sound that cut through even the creature's roar. The explosive bolts had fired. The entire drill bay seemed to lurch as the weight of the 2-kilometer-long drill shaft was released. The gantry they stood on tore away from the wall, and their small office plunged into the roiling mass of crystal below. Javi's world became a chaos of falling metal and shattering glass. He was thrown against the ceiling as they fell, the briefcase flying from his hands. He saw Anya, her eyes wide, reaching for something, for anything, as they were swallowed by the monster. He felt a crushing, absolute pressure, and then a blinding, silent white light. Deep in the heart of the earth, in a place of impossible, ancient life, a new star was born. The nuclear generator, its containment shattered by the force of 1,000 tons of steel impacting at terminal velocity, went critical. In the space of a picosecond, It unleashed the energy of the sun. The blast was silent in the vacuum it created. It vaporized the creature, the cavern, and a cubic mile of prehistoric ice in a wave of pure, incandescent power. The heat flash, traveling up the borehole, incinerated the drill bay and the entire Tartarus base, erasing it from existence. On the surface, the Antarctic ice shelf, a sheet of ice the size of a country, buckled. A vast, circular depression miles wide formed in an instant. The resulting seismic shock was detected in every corner of the globe. Scientists thousands of miles away would puzzle over the anomalous event for decades, proposing theories of meteorite impacts or rare geological phenomena. They would never know the truth. They would never know the names Anya Sharma or Javier Mendoza. They would never know the price that was paid, deep in the ice, to keep the world safe from a predator that was a perfect, sleeping god. The final entry in the station's automated seismic log transmitted a fraction of a second before the antenna was vaporized, recorded a single, impossible reading. A shockwave that was not just powerful but structured, rhythmic, a pattern of prime numbers propagating outward through the planet's crust. It was not the sound of an explosion. It was the sound of a scream, or a signal, a final, desperate message from a dying hive sent not to its sleeping brethren on Earth but out, upward, towards the cold, silent, listening dark. Chapter 11. The Signal in the Stone. The world did not know it had been saved. It also did not know it had been condemned. On a quiet Tuesday morning at the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, the only sign that anything was amiss was a single, insistent red line on a seismograph. Dr. Kenji Tanaka did not like red lines. His entire career was a study of the deep, slow, predictable rhythms of the planet, the stately dance of tectonic plates, the ponderous slumber of magma chambers. His world was one of curves and waves, not spikes and jagged, angry lines. This line was an aberration, an insult to geology. "It's a sensor malfunction," said Dr. Evelyn Reed, his department head, looking over his shoulder at the screen. She had already dismissed it. "A solar flare, a data packet collision. Run a diagnostic." "I have," Kenji replied, his voice quiet, his eyes never leaving the data. "I've run it 3 times. The entire array from here to the South Pole picked it up. This is a real event, Evelyn." "A real event of what?" "It has the seismic signature of a 30-megaton detonation, but there's no atmospheric radionuclide release. No infrasound spike consistent with an explosion. It's a ghost." "It originated here," Kenji said, pointing to a set of coordinates on a map of Antarctica. "Thwaites Glacier. It's a geological impossibility. It's like the planet screamed, but only in the rock." Evelyn sighed, the weary sound of a manager with too many mysteries and not enough budget. "Write it up as a subglacial lithofracture event of unknown origin. Classify it, file it, and move on, Kenji. We have the Pacific Rim pressure ridges to monitor." She walked away. Kenji did not move. He could not move on. The signal was a splinter in his mind. For 2 days he obsessed over it, sleeping in his office, fueled by stale coffee and a growing certainty that he was looking at something more than a geological anomaly. He stripped away the noise, the echoes, the vast, planet-shaking roar of the event itself, and began to analyze the carrier wave, the deep, resonant frequency that the main shockwave rode upon. And that is when he found it. It was hidden deep within the signal's structure, a pattern so subtle it was almost indistinguishable from background noise. A rhythmic, repeating pulse. He isolated it, amplified it, and ran it through a pattern recognition algorithm. The result that came back made the hair on his arms stand up. It was not a pattern, it was a message. A sequence of prime numbers encoded in a seismic pulse broadcast through the very crust of the Earth. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. On and on it went, a clear, unmistakable sign of intelligence. His heart hammered in his chest. The Thwaites anomaly was not a natural event, it was artificial. A bomb, a weapon, a signal flare, something, and it had sent a message. He cross-referenced the timing with the public logs of all known Antarctic research stations. Tartarus Base, a privately funded drilling operation on the Thwaites Shelf, had gone silent at the exact moment of the event. The official story was a catastrophic structural collapse due to unstable ice. A tragedy. An accident. Kenji now knew it was a lie. He worked in a fugue state, his mind alight with a terrifying new purpose. He began to build a search algorithm, a digital net designed to trawl through decades of archived seismic data from around the globe, looking for other instances of this prime number sequence, this seismic fingerprint of an unknown intelligence. He was looking for echoes. He did not know that he was about to find a graveyard. The first hit came back from 1982. A faint, degraded signal from the Gackle Ridge, an ultra-slow spreading mid-ocean ridge in the Arctic. He cross-referenced the date. A Soviet Typhoon-class submarine, the K-219, had been reported lost in that exact area in that exact week. The official cause was a reactor meltdown, but the seismic data did not show an explosion. It showed the same structured prime number pulse. Fainter, weaker, but undeniably the same. The second hit was from 2004. The Mirny Diamond Mine in Siberia, the largest open-pit mine on Earth. A brief, localized seismic event in the deepest part of the pit, followed by a mysterious gas leak that had killed a dozen miners and shut down the lower levels permanently. The event had been too small to be noticed globally, but in the archives of a local university, Kenji found the data. And in the data, he found the whisper. 2357. He felt a profound, vertiginous chill, the feeling of a man looking down from a great height. He was not the first person to encounter this signal. He was just the first to connect the dots. This thing, whatever it was, had been on Earth for decades, dormant, waiting. And the incidents, the accidents, were the result of humanity accidentally prodding the sleeping dragons in their lairs. He pulled up a holographic map of the Earth, the globe hanging in the cool, dark air of his office. He plotted the points, Thwaites, Gackle Ridge, Mirny. He then overlaid the plot with a map of the Earth's deepest, most ancient geological structures, cratons, subduction zones. The points were not random. They were all located in places where the Earth's crust was oldest, coldest, and most stable. The truth bloomed in his mind, a black, horrifying flower. They were not separate entities. They were a network, a connected, dormant, planetary organism, living not on the Earth but in it. The Thwaites anomaly had not been an attack. It had been a death cry. A part of the organism had died, and its final, cataclysmic act was to send a message to the rest of the network. A wake-up call. As Kenji stared at the map, his blood turning to ice water, a new alert pinged on his console. A live seismic event. It was small, deep, and localized. It was coming from the Mariana Trench, the deepest point in the world's oceans. He zoomed in on the data, his fingers trembling as he typed. He isolated the frequency. The prime number sequence was there. It was not a faint echo from the past. It was a live broadcast. Slow, rhythmic, and powerful. It was not a scream. It was an answer. Chapter 12. The Hunger of the Crushed Depth. The DSV Limina, a deep-sea research submersible, was a marvel of engineering. A perfect, white sphere of spun titanium and ceramic composites, it was designed to withstand pressures that could turn a battleship into a tin can. Inside its cramped, three-person cockpit, Dr. Aris Thorne felt less like a pioneering oceanographer and more like a pill in a bottle. Pressure at 10,900 meters, announced the pilot, a stoic ex-submariner named Petras. Hull integrity is nominal, all systems green. The third member of their team, a young bioacoustics specialist named Lena, was hunched over her sensor station, her headphones pressed tight against her ears. "I'm still picking it up," she said, her voice filled with a hushed excitement. "A rhythmic, low-frequency pulse. It's not whale song. It's not geological. I've never heard anything like it." They were in the Challenger Deep, the bottom of the world, chasing this strange signal. Aris watched the view from the forward viewport. The Limina's powerful lights cut a swathe through an eternal, absolute night. The world outside was a realm of crushing blackness and profound, alien silence, populated by ghostly, bioluminescent creatures that drifted past the viewport like dreams. "The signal is getting stronger," Lena reported. "It's coming from that fissure up ahead." A vast crack in the seafloor loomed in their lights, a wound in the planet's skin. From it, a plume of superheated, mineral-rich water billowed out, a hydrothermal vent. It was these vents, these oases of chemical energy, that supported life in the crushing dark. "Take us in slow, Petras," Aris ordered. The submersible glided toward the fissure. The temperature outside the hull began to rise dramatically. The sonar returned a strange reading. The fissure was not a simple crack. It was the entrance to a large cavern system within the tectonic plate itself. "The signal is originating from inside the cavern," Lena said, her eyes wide. "It is. Very strong now." They crossed the threshold. The world inside the cavern was extraordinary. The walls were lined not with dull rock, but with vast, crystalline formations that glittered in the submersible's lights like a geode the size of a cathedral. Life here was abundant. Strange tube worms and blind, white crabs clinging to the crystal gardens. "This is impossible," Aris breathed, his face pressed to the viewport. "Crystalline structures of this complexity shouldn't form in this environment. It defies geochemistry." "Aris," Lena said, her voice suddenly tight with fear. She had taken off her headphones. "The signal, it stopped." The moment she said it, the submersible's lights flickered and died. The hum of the internal systems cut out. They were plunged into a blackness more profound than the abyss outside, accompanied by a silence that was just as deep. "What was that?" Petrus demanded, his hands flying over the dead control panel. "We've lost all power, main and backup." "An electromagnetic pulse," Aris suggested, "from the vent." "No vent can do that," Petrus grunted, flicking switches that did nothing. "Something hit us." A soft, scraping sound echoed through the hull. It came from the top of the sphere. It was the sound of rock, or something like it, dragging slowly across the titanium shell. Lena let out a small, terrified gasp. "What is that?" Another scrape, this time on the side. Then another from below. They were surrounded. The sounds were slow, exploratory. Whatever was outside, it was touching them, feeling them. "It's a pressure reading," Petrus said, his voice a low, horrified whisper. He was pointing at a single, non-powered analog gauge on the dashboard, the one that measured the external water pressure. The needle was vibrating, twitching erratically. "That's not water pressure. Something is squeezing." A low groaning sound started, the sound of the titanium hull beginning to strain under a focused, localized pressure. A spiderweb of cracks appeared on the inside of the viewport. Aris felt a primal, suffocating terror rise in his throat. They were trapped, powerless, in a tin can at the bottom of the creation, and something was trying to crack them open like a nut. He fumbled in the darkness for the emergency kit, his hands finding a chemical light stick. He cracked it. A sickly yellow-green light filled the cockpit. In that light, he saw the thing in the viewport. It was not a fish or a squid. It was a section of the cavern wall that had detached and pressed itself against their submersible, a living, moving piece of the crystalline geology. It was a mosaic of dark, jagged minerals, and in its center was a single, lightless spot, an orifice of absolute blackness that was pressed against the glass. The glass was cracking from that single point of contact. "It's the cave," Lena sobbed, backing away from the viewport. "The whole cave. It's alive." The groaning of the hull rose to a high-pitched scream. Petrus was yelling, but Aris couldn't hear the words. His entire world was the network of cracks spreading across the viewport and the impossible, living rock creature that was patiently, methodically, crushing them. The viewport did not shatter. It imploded. A needle-thin jet of water, pressurized to an unimaginable degree, shot into the cockpit. It struck Petrus in the chest, and he simply came apart. In less than a second, the crushing, invasive pressure of the abyss filled their tiny sphere of life. The last thing Aris Thorne saw was the chemical light stick dissolving in a cloud of green, and the shape of the living rock pressing through the breached viewport, expanding to fill the space where he was. Thousands of miles away, Kenji Tanaka watched the seismic signal from the Mariana Trench abruptly stop. The live, pulsing broadcast was gone. A deep, cold dread settled in his stomach. He knew what that silence meant. The creature had been listening. Now it had been fed. He turned his attention back to his global map. Another alert had just appeared. A faint, rhythmic pulse, almost identical to the one from the trench. This one was coming from a new location, under the ice of Greenland. He stared at the map, at the blinking red dots. Thwaites, Gackle Ridge, Murney, Mariana, Greenland. It was not a random pattern. They were waking each other up. It was a chain reaction, a slow-motion apocalypse spreading through the veins of the world. He was the only man on Earth who could see it, the only one who understood the sounds the planet was now making. It was the sound of a table being set, and he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his very soul, what the meal was going to be. Chapter 13. The Whispers from the Permafrost. The email arrived at 3:14 a.m. Kenji had not slept. His office had become a command center in a war that only he knew was being fought. The message had no sender, no subject line, just a single, heavily encrypted attachment. His first instinct was to delete it. It could be a virus, a trap. But something, a sliver of desperate hope, made him pause. He isolated the message on a secure network and ran a decryption sequence. It took 2 hours. The file contained a fragmented data burst. Audio logs, sensor readings, biometric data. It was the last testament of Tartarus Base. He listened, his blood running cold, as the calm, professional voices of a research team descended into terror. He heard the impossible data from the first drone, the screech of static as the second was destroyed, the choked scream of a young man named Miles, the final, terrified transmission of a technician named Zola. He heard the grinding of the creature, the shriek of tearing metal, the calm, terrifying voice of Dr. Anya Sharma as she calculated their doom. He was no longer looking at abstract data points on a map. He was bearing witness to the massacre. He now knew what they had found: a lithoform, a perfect predator, a hive mind that lived in the ice and rock. Anya Sharma's final, desperate theory was now his horrifying reality. The email contained one line of text: "I believe you. They're coming. We are not safe." Kenji stared at the words. He was not alone. Someone else had seen the data, someone else knew. But who? And how did they find him? The feeling of validation was immediately swamped by a wave of intense paranoia. If this person could find him, so could others. People who did not want this truth to get out. A new seismic alert appeared on his monitor, pulling him from his thoughts. This one was different. It wasn't from a remote, uninhabited corner of the globe. It was from northern Canada, near the Diavik Diamond Mine Complex, a major industrial operation. The signal was strong and it was close to the surface. Too close. The horror was accelerating. It was moving from the abyssal plains and the deep continental ice into the places where people lived and worked. At the Diavik mine, shift foreman Dmitry Volkov felt the tremor. It was not the familiar, bone-jarring blast of a planned detonation. It was a soft, deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the permafrost itself. It made the fillings in his teeth ache. "What was that?" asked a young miner named Chen, his headlamp cutting a nervous swath through the darkness of the tunnel. "Probably just the ice settling," Dmitri said, though he did not believe it. He had worked in these mines for 15 years. He knew their sounds. This was a new one. The hum grew louder. The emergency lights in the tunnel flickered. A fine dust of frozen earth sifted down from the ceiling. "Boss," Chen said, his voice trembling as he pointed his light down the tunnel. "Look." At the far end of the tunnel, a section of the permafrost wall was Wrong. It was darker, a patch of greasy black ice in the gray-brown of the frozen soil, and it was moving. It bulged outward slowly, like a monstrous bubble rising to the surface. Dimitri's blood turned to ice. He grabbed his radio. Surface control, this is level 7. We have a geological anomaly. The wall is deforming. I repeat, the wall is. He never finished. The bulging section of the wall split open. It did not explode. It peeled apart silently like a gruesome flower blooming. From the fissure a creature emerged. It was not the gargantuan, chaotic entity of Tartarus base. This was something different, something adapted. It was the size of a large wolf, its body a sleek, segmented carapace of what looked like obsidian and frozen mud. It had 4 multi-jointed legs that ended in razor-sharp crystalline claws. It had no head, no eyes, just a smooth, featureless surface that seemed to absorb the light from their headlamps. It moved with a terrifying, insect-like speed. Before the miners could react, it was on them. It did not bite or claw in a conventional sense. It lunged at Chen, and its featureless head split open, revealing a complex, spiraling maw of grinding, crystalline plates. It clamped onto the miner's helmet and with a single, sickening crunch, crushed his head and torso. It was a machine of perfect, brutal efficiency. Dimitri turned and ran, a scream tearing from his throat. He did not get 10 feet. A second creature, identical to the first, scuttled out of the wall behind him, moving with an unnatural silence. It impaled him from behind with one of its sharp forelimbs, lifting him from the ground. His final sight was of a dozen more of the creatures pouring from the fissure, their movements silent, coordinated, and utterly relentless. The seismic hum from Diavik stopped. Kenji Tanaka watched the signal die, his heart pounding a sick rhythm against his ribs. He knew what had just happened. The hive was not just waking up. It was adapting. It was spawning soldiers, hunters, things designed to move and kill in the human world. He looked at the fragmented data from Tartarus base, at the audio file of Anya Sharma's final, desperate plan. The bomb, the nuclear generator, it had been their only weapon. He frantically began to search, his fingers flying across his keyboard. He searched for a list of all radioisotope thermoelectric generators on the planet. Most were in space, powering satellites and deep space probes. But there were others. In remote weather stations, in Cold War-era lighthouses, and, he discovered with a jolt of pure terror, in the power systems of several deep earth drilling operations and mining complexes. He understood the creature's strategy. It wasn't just waking up to hunt. It was waking up to disarm its enemy. It was targeting the only things on Earth that could truly threaten its geological dominion. His phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. It contained a single flight confirmation number for a seat on a flight from Hilo to Seattle, departing in 2 hours. It was followed by a line of text. They know who you are. Get out now. The next target is the Cascadia subduction zone. Your observatory is on top of it. You are at ground zero. Kenji looked out the window of his office. He saw not the gentle, tropical slopes of Mauna Loa, but the deep, ancient fault lines that ran beneath the island beneath his feet. He had thought he was an observer, watching the world end from a safe distance. He now realized he had been in the kill zone all along. The war was no longer a matter of data on a screen. It was here, and it was coming for him. Chapter 14: The Cassandra Complex. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. For Kenji, it was not a scream but a sudden, hyper-efficient clarity. He did not question the text message. He did not hesitate. The seismic data, the Tartarus logs, the escalating attacks, they all formed an undeniable mosaic of truth. His anonymous benefactor was right. He was sitting on the bulls. He moved with a speed he didn't know he possessed. He bypassed his own office computer, knowing it was compromised. He went to a small, hardened server in the observatory's basement, a personal project he used for archiving deep-sky radio signals. It was the only machine he had that was completely air-gapped from the global network. Working from a command line, he initiated a full data transfer of everything he had found: the Tartarus file, his seismic analysis, the locations of the waking entities, to a series of encrypted, redundant cloud servers, hidden behind layers of false identities. He attached a simple, dead man's switch to the upload. If he did not enter a specific code every 12 hours, the entire data package would be automatically released to every major news outlet, university, and government agency on the planet. It was not a weapon. It was an insurance policy, a final, posthumous warning if he failed. He grabbed a small, ruggedized hard drive from his desk, a physical copy of the data, and shoved it into his pocket. He left everything else: his notes, his credentials, his life's work. They were anchors, and he needed to be a ghost. As he walked out of the Mauna Loa Observatory for the last time, he did not look back. He felt the deep, resonant hum of the island's magma chamber beneath his feet, a familiar, comforting presence that now felt like the purr of a sleeping monster. He had spent his life listening to the earth. Now, he was terrified of what it was telling him. The flight to Seattle was an exercise in controlled paranoia. Every passenger who coughed, every flight attendant who lingered too long in the aisle was a potential threat. He clutched the hard drive in his pocket like a holy relic. Who was his ally, who had sent the warning? And who were they, the ones his ally was so afraid of? A government agency, a corporate cabal that had known about the creatures and kept them secret. He landed at SeaTac and was immediately swallowed by the anonymous, transient river of the crowd. He followed the instructions from a second, encrypted text message that had arrived mid-flight. Do not take a taxi. Board the Link Light Rail, southbound. Get off at the Tukwila station. A blue sedan will be waiting. The world outside the train's window seemed fragile, oblivious. People laughed, talked on their phones, worried about traffic and dinner plans. Kenji felt a profound, alienating disconnect. He was living in a different reality, a world where the very ground beneath their feet was a waking, ravenous god. He was a Cassandra, cursed with a truth so monstrous no one would ever believe it until it was too late. He got off at the Tukwila station. A nondescript blue sedan was parked at the curb, its engine idling. The rear door opened. Kenji hesitated for a moment, then slid inside. The woman in the passenger seat turned to look at him. She was in her late 40s with sharp, intelligent eyes and a face that was etched with a permanent, weary tension. She wore a simple, functional pantsuit. She looked like a mid-level corporate analyst, utterly forgettable. "Dr. Tanaka," she said, her voice calm and even. "My name is Evelyn Reed." Kenji stared at her, his mind reeling. Evelyn Reed, his department head, the woman who had dismissed his findings, who had told him to file the anomaly and move on. "Evelyn, how? What are you doing here?" "My job," she said, her expression unreadable, "which for the past 15 years has been to sit at the intersection of geology and national security and to identify threats no one else is looking for. The Thwaites anomaly was the trigger. Your analysis confirmed my worst fears. I sent you the Tartarus file. I sent you the ticket." "But you told me to drop it," Kenji stammered, confused. "You said it was a sensor malfunction." "I said that in a room that is swept for bugs twice a day and is still considered compromised," she replied coldly. "I needed to see if you were the kind of scientist who followed orders or the kind who followed the truth. You passed the test. Congratulations." The car pulled smoothly into traffic. The driver was a large, silent man who did not look at them. "Who are you?" Kenji asked. "Who do you work for?" "I am the sole remaining member of a defunct black-budget task force known as the Lithos Division. We were formed in the late 70s to investigate a series of unusual seismic events. We were the ones who covered up the K-219. We were the ones who contained the Murney incident. We knew about the dormant entities. We called them geovores." The name sent a chill down Kenji's spine. "Earth Eaters." "We thought they were completely dormant," Evelyn continued, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Isolated individual organisms. Our mission was containment and concealment. The cost of a few lives in a remote mine or a lost submarine was considered an acceptable price to prevent global panic. But we were wrong. Thwaites changed everything. It wasn't an awakening. It was a broadcast, a signal to the entire network. Tartarus Base didn't just wake a monster. They rang a global alarm bell." "So the attacks," Kenji said, "Mariana Diovic, they're responding." "They're not just responding. They're coordinating," Evelyn said. "And they, the other side of this, are helping them." "Who is they?" Evelyn turned to face him fully, her eyes hard as diamonds. "The consortium that funded Tartarus Base. They're not just an energy company. They're a doomsday cult with a $1 trillion budget. They've known about the geovores for decades. They don't see them as a threat. They see them as a cleansing agent, a way to scour the earth of the plague of humanity and inherit a new world. They're not trying to stop the awakenings. They're trying to accelerate them. And they are actively hunting anyone who knows the truth." The car merged onto the highway. Kenji's mind struggled to process the scale of the revelation. A corporate death cult, a secret government agency, a planetary network of waking monsters. His simple, ordered world of seismic data had shattered into a million pieces. "Why me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Why did you choose me?" "Because you found the signal. You saw the pattern," Evelyn said. "But more than that, you have the Tartarus data. Dr. Sharma's final, desperate act gave us our only chance. The RTG, the nuclear option. It's the only thing we've ever seen that can permanently destroy a geovore." She pointed out the window. In the distance, the snow-capped peak of Mount Rainier stood sentinel against the sky, a beautiful, iconic landmark, a dormant volcano. The Cascadia subduction zone is the largest and most volatile fault line on the continent, Evelyn said, her voice grim. According to our models, a major geovore is waking deep within the fault. If it fully emerges, it won't just cause an earthquake. It will trigger a chain reaction of volcanic eruptions all the way down the coast. It will be an extinction-level event. She handed him a satellite phone. The consortium knows this. They are actively trying to trigger the awakening. Our job is to stop them, but the Lithos division is gone. It's just you, me, and a handful of loyalists I could pull from the wreckage. You're not a seismologist anymore, Dr. Tanaka. You're a soldier, and that mountain is our next battlefield. Kenji looked from the terrifying, determined woman beside him to the beautiful, deadly mountain on the horizon. The fight was no longer about saving the world from monsters. It was about saving it from the men who would worship them. Chapter 15. The Mountain's Fever. Mount Rainier was a postcard, a liar. From a distance, it was a majestic peak of serene white against a crisp blue sky. Up close, it was a groaning, shifting beast. Their base of operations was a decommissioned ranger station, nestled deep in the forest on the mountain's southern slope, accessible only by a single, unpaved logging road. It was cold, damp, and smelled of pine needles and mildew. It was also, according to Evelyn, the only place within 100 miles that wasn't riddled with consortium listening posts. Their army consisted of 5 people: Kenji, the reluctant prophet; Evelyn, the cold-blooded spymaster; the silent driver, a former Special Forces operator named Marcus; a haggard, chain-smoking geologist named Dr. Peterson, who had been part of the original Lithos division and had been pulled out of a paranoid, self-imposed exile; and a young, brilliant hacker named Isabel, who could probably start a war or stop one with her laptop. The station's main room was a chaotic mess of maps, monitors, and cabling. Isabel had tapped into a network of deep Earth sensors that the Lithos division had secretly planted decades ago. The data on her screens painted a terrifying picture. The seismic activity is increasing exponentially, Peterson said, his voice raspy from too many cigarettes. He pointed a trembling finger at a 3D model of the mountain. The tremors aren't volcanic. They're not tectonic. They're coming from a single, deep point directly beneath the primary magma chamber, and they're rhythmic. The mountain has a heartbeat. It's waking up, Evelyn stated, her arms crossed. And the consortium is helping it. Isabel, what have you got? Isabel, her face illuminated by the glow of her screen, did not look up. They're not subtle. They've rerouted a massive amount of power from the regional grid to a geothermal research facility on the north face. The place is a fortress. Satellite imagery shows they've brought in a deep earth drilling rig, a big one. They're trying to replicate the Tartarus event, Kenji murmured, the pieces falling into place. They're going to drill down to the geovore to accelerate its emergence. Worse, Evelyn said. They're not just going to wake it, they're going to feed it. The facility is built on top of the Osceola mudflow, a massive, unstable deposit of clay and rock. If the emergence is violent enough, it will destabilize the entire northern face of the mountain, a landslide of unimaginable scale. The energy release, Peterson whispered, his face pale. The kinetic energy from the slide combined with the emergence. It would be like 100 nuclear bombs going off. It will fracture the entire subduction zone. The big one. The scale of it was insane, apocalyptic. The consortium wasn't just waking a monster. They were using the mountain itself as a weapon. So we stopped them, Marcus said, his first word since Kenji had met him. His voice was a low, calm baritone. He was cleaning a long-range rifle with practiced, economical movements. How do we get in? We don't, Isabel said, finally looking up. Their network is a fortress. Quantum encryption, AI-driven counter-intrusion systems. I can't get through it. And the physical security is just as bad. Motion sensors, thermal imaging, drone patrols. It's a military base. A heavy silence fell over the room. They were checkmated. They had the knowledge, they understood the threat, but they were a handful of fugitives with a hunting rifle and a few laptops against a corporate superpower. They have a weakness, Kenji said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. They think like engineers, like miners. They're focused on the drill, on the direct, brute force approach. But the Geovore isn't just a beast in a cage. It's part of a system. The mountain is its body. He walked over to the 3D map. All of their sensors, all of their security, it's pointed outward to stop us from getting in. They're not monitoring what's happening inside the mountain itself. They think they control the awakening. They don't. He pointed to a network of faint lines on the map. These are fumaroles, volcanic gas vents. They're all interconnected, a network of natural conduits that run from the magma chamber to the surface. Peterson's eyes widened. The lungs of the volcano, some of them are wide enough for a person to crawl through. The consortium is focused on the front door, Kenji continued, a desperate plan forming in his mind. We're going to use the back door. We're not going to attack their facility. We're going to give the mountain a fever. What are you talking about? Evelyn asked. Kenji looked at the rifle in Marcus's hands, then at the complex schematics on Isabel's screen. Anya Sharma's last act was to use a nuclear generator. We don't have one, but we have something else. Marcus, can you get us to the summit? Marcus looked at the map, then at the weather forecast on another screen. A storm was rolling in. It'll be a climb from hell, but yes, we can get there. Good, Kenji said, a cold, hard resolve solidifying within him. Because the consortium is trying to wake up the monster, we're going to do something they'll never expect. He looked at the faces of his small, desperate team. We're going to kill the mountain first. Chapter 16, The Climb of Ghosts. The ascent was a vertical nightmare. Marcus led the way, a shadow against a world of white, with Kenji and Peterson roped behind him. The storm had hit with a vengeance, a blizzard that reduced visibility to a few feet and turned the air into a vortex of ice and wind. They were not climbers, they were ghosts, moving through a violent, indifferent purgatory. Every step was a battle. The cold was a physical enemy, clawing at their exposed skin, stealing the strength from their limbs. The wind was a constant, screaming pressure that threatened to tear them from the face of the mountain. Kenji's world shrank to the few feet of rope in front of him, the rhythmic crunch of his crampons in the ice, and the burning agony in his lungs. This was not the ordered, intellectual world of data and screens. This was a brutal, physical reality that was trying to extinguish him with every gust of wind. "We're approaching the crater rim." Marcus's voice was a faint shout, barely audible over the storm. "The main fumarole field is just beyond it." They crawled over the final ridge and into the caldera of the volcano. Here, the wind lessened, but the environment became even more alien. The ground was a patchwork of snow and steaming, sulfur-stained rock. Vents in the earth hissed, spewing clouds of acrid, superheated gas into the blizzard. They were standing in the mouth of the beast. Peterson, his face pale and his breathing ragged, unslung a heavy pack. "This is it, the nerve center. The main vent here connects to the deepest part of the fumarole system." He pulled out a cylindrical device about the size of a fire extinguisher. It was cobbled together from scientific instruments and what looked like parts of a microwave. Isabel's cocktail, a high-frequency sonic emitter, cross-calibrated with a resonance amplifier. In a closed system like these vents, the feedback loop should be catastrophic. "It's a tuning fork," Kenji breathed, understanding. "We're not going to hit the monster with a hammer. We're going to scream in its ear until its brain turns to jelly." Marcus had set up his rifle, its advanced thermal scope cutting through the whiteout. He scanned the area below. "I've got a visual on the consortium's facility. They're blind in this storm. No drone patrols, and their thermal sensors are useless with all this geothermal activity." He then pointed the scope at the ground near the main vent. "But we're not alone up here." Kenji looked through the scope. On the thermal display, the ground was a swirl of hot and cold. But there were two distinct, man-shaped figures moving near the vent. They were dressed in advanced, insulated gear, and they were planting something at the edge of the fumarole. "Consortium," Evelyn's voice crackled in their earpieces from the ranger station below. Isabel intercepted a burst of encrypted comms. "They have a team on the summit. They're planting seismic charges. They're planning to fracture the caldera and trigger the landslide from the top down." They had underestimated their enemy. The consortium was not just drilling from below, they were attacking from above as well. "They can't see us in this storm," Marcus said, his voice calm, his eye pressed to the scope. "But I can see them. I have a clear shot." "No," Kenji said, a cold dread washing over him. "Don't shoot." "What?" Marcus grunted, his finger resting on the trigger. "They're the enemy. You shoot them, and their friends down below will know we're here," Kenji reasoned, his mind racing. "And what happens when their charges go off right next to our sonic emitter?" A grim understanding dawned on Peterson's face. "The explosion will amplify the sonic wave. It will drive it deeper into the mountain than we could have ever hoped. It's the perfect catalyst." "We're going to let them light the fuse for us," Kenji finished. "We just have to make sure our device is in place first." He looked at the two figures, oblivious ghosts in the storm, working to bring about the end of the world. "We have to get closer." It was a terrifying, slow-motion crawl. They moved from one steaming rock to another, using the thick clouds of sulfurous gas as cover. The consortium team was focused on their work, their movements efficient and professional. They planted the last of their charges, ran a detonation cord to a safe distance, and began to prepare for extraction. "They're getting ready to leave," Marcus whispered, his rifle trained on them. "They'll detonate remotely." "Now," Kenji urged. Peterson, his body shaking from cold and fear, scrambled the final few feet to the edge of the main vent. The ground was hot to the touch, vibrating with the deep, slow pulse of the mountain. He placed the sonic emitter at the lip of the chasm, aimed it downward, and activated it. A low, almost inaudible hum began to emanate from the device, a sound that was felt more than heard. He gave Kenji a thumbs up and scurried back to cover. As if on cue, one of the consortium soldiers paused. He tilted his head as if listening to something. He raised a hand to his helmet, likely reporting the strange, low hum. "We're out of time," Marcus growled. "He's made us." The soldier turned, his thermal goggles sweeping the area. He was looking directly at them. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then the soldier raised his rifle. Marcus did not hesitate. The crack of his rifle was sharp and clean, a sound swallowed almost instantly by the howling wind. The soldier crumpled to the ground. The second soldier spun around, firing blindly into the storm. Marcus fired again. The second man fell. But the damage was done. An alarm, a high-pitched electronic shriek, began to blare from the consortium facility far below. They knew. "They're going to detonate," Peterson yelled. "They're going to blow the charges now." "Get down," Marcus roared. They flattened themselves against the hot, sulfur-stained rock. The world erupted in a flash of white light and a deafening, ground-shaking roar. The explosion was immense, far more powerful than they had anticipated. The entire crater rim seemed to jump, and a vast section of the caldera wall, loosened by the blast, began to slide away into the abyss. But the sound of the explosion was immediately drowned out by another sound. A high, keening, harmonic scream that rose from the depths of the mountain. It was the sound of Isabel's device, its sonic pulse amplified 1,000 times over by the seismic shockwave, firing directly into the heart of the volcano. The mountain's heartbeat, the slow, rhythmic pulse they had been tracking, went into cardiac arrest. The deep, steady thrum became a chaotic, violent arrhythmia. The ground beneath them began to shake violently, not from the explosion, but from a series of deep, internal convulsions. "It's working," Kenji screamed over the noise, a wild, triumphant look in his eyes. "We're giving it a seizure." From the consortium facility below, a new sound began, a chorus of blaring, panicked alarms. Their screens would be showing them a nightmare. The Geovore, their sleeping god, was not waking up. It was dying, in agony. The entire summit began to collapse. The ground fractured, and huge fissures, belching steam and toxic gas, opened up all around them. The mountain was tearing itself apart from the inside. "We have to go," Marcus yelled, grabbing Kenji and hauling him to his feet. "The whole peak is unstable." They began a desperate retreat, a mad scramble back over the crater rim as the world dissolved into chaos behind them. The high-pitched scream from the depths was now accompanied by a deeper sound, a monstrous, geological bellow of pure, unadulterated pain. As they scrambled down the outer slope, Kenji risked a look back. He saw a sight that would be burned into his memory forever. From the consortium's drilling site, a massive crystalline spire, a desperate, dying appendage of the geovore, erupted from the ground. It was not a controlled emergence. It was a death throe, a final, agonized spasm. The spire, miles high, clawed at the sky for a moment, a monument to a dying god, before shattering into a billion pieces, creating an avalanche of black glass and rock that buried the consortium's facility completely. They had done it. They had killed the mountain. They had stopped the apocalypse. But as they stumbled down the slope, exhausted and battered, Evelyn's voice came over their comms, and her tone was not one of triumph. It was one of pure, abject terror. Kenji, the network. My God, the whole network. It's not just awake, it's screaming. Every geovore on the planet is screaming in unison. You didn't just kill this one. You just told all the others exactly who we are and exactly what we can do. Kenji looked at the dying mountain, then at the world that stretched out beyond it. He had not won a war. He had just fired the first shot, and in doing so, had painted a target on the back of the entire human race. Chapter 17: The War of Whispers. The aftermath was silent, but it was the silence of a held breath. The world's seismographs from Tokyo to London lit up with a single, synchronized, planet-wide signal, a continuous high-frequency scream that emanated from every known geovore location. It was a harmonic of pure rage. The hive was not just awake, it was enraged. Their victory on Mount Rainier felt hollow, a temporary reprieve that had only served to escalate the conflict to a terrifying new level. They abandoned the ranger station, melting back into the anonymous sprawl of civilization. They were no longer a task force. They were fugitives, the most wanted people on a planet that didn't even know it was at war. Evelyn's network of loyalists had been decimated. The consortium, crippled but not destroyed, had retaliated with ruthless efficiency. Key contacts went dark. Safe houses were compromised. They were cut off, running on fumes and dwindling cash reserves. Their enemy was a global corporation with friends in every government, while they were a handful of ghosts with a hard drive full of unbelievable truths. Their new base of operations was the last place anyone would think to look, a dusty, forgotten corner of the University of Chicago's library archives, where Peterson still had a friend who owed him a life-altering favor. Surrounded by crumbling books and the ghosts of forgotten knowledge, they waged their secret war. The nature of the conflict had changed. The geovores were not emerging. The scream had subsided into a low, continuous, subseismic hum. It was a signal, a constant stream of communication passing between the entities through the planetary crust. "They're learning," Kenji said, his face pale in the glow of a dozen monitors they had wired into the library's ancient infrastructure. "They're sharing data. The one under Rainier taught them about the sonic weapon. The one at Diavik taught them about our mining operations. The one in the Mariana Trench taught them about our submersibles. They are creating a unified strategy." A strategy for what? Marcus asked, cleaning his rifle, the one constant, familiar ritual in their chaotic new life. For extermination, Evelyn answered, her voice flat. She pointed to a global map dotted with red flags. Small, unexplained industrial accidents. A dam collapse in Brazil. A pipeline explosion in Siberia. A geothermal plant that went into critical meltdown in Iceland. All in locations with deep drilling operations. All within the last 72 hours. There are no monsters, no claws or teeth, just failures. A valve that seized. A support beam that fractured under unexpected seismic stress. A cooling pump that inexplicably failed. They're not attacking us, Kenji murmured, a sick realization dawning on him. They're attacking our technology. They've learned that our greatest strength is also our greatest weakness. Our civilization is a complex, fragile machine, and they are systematically breaking its gears. It was a brilliant, terrifying strategy, a war fought with whispers of metal fatigue and phantom vibrations, a war where the enemy was the very ground they built upon. How could you fight an enemy that could cause any piece of critical infrastructure anywhere in the world to simply fail? The consortium is helping them, Isabel added, her fingers flying across a keyboard. I've been tracking their financial movements. They're divesting from heavy industry, from fossil fuels, from anything that requires deep earth infrastructure. They're pouring their capital into aerospace, into orbital habitats, into off-world colonization tech. They're not just trying to cleanse the planet. They're planning to abandon it and watch it burn from above. The end game was clear. The consortium and the geovores were working in perfect, horrific symbiosis. The creatures would cripple humanity's ability to survive on Earth, and the consortium would escape, leaving the rest of the species to be devoured. So how do we fight back? Marcus asked, his voice a low growl of frustration. We can't be everywhere at once. We can't predict where they'll strike next. No, Kenji said, his eyes fixed on the constant, humming signal that connected the geovores. But the signal is a weakness. A network can be hacked. Evelyn stared at him. You want to hack the planet? Anya Sharma used a bomb to talk to one of them, Kenji explained, his mind racing, connecting disparate pieces of data. We used a sonic weapon to scream at another, but what if we could talk to them? The signal is a language, a stream of pure mathematical data. If we can understand the language, we can speak it. We can introduce a new variable into their equation. A virus, Isabel breathed, her eyes widening. A mimetic virus delivered through a seismic signal. We could sow disinformation. We could make them see each other as a threat. We could turn the hive against itself. It was a plan born of pure desperation, a digital ghost story told to a god of rock and stone. To do it, they would need a transmitter, something powerful enough to inject a signal into the planetary crust with enough force to be heard by the entire network. They would need the one thing they no longer had access to, a deep earth drilling site. There's one place, Peterson said slowly, his voice raspy. A place the consortium abandoned decades ago, too unstable, too seismically active, the Yellowstone caldera. Evelyn shook her head. No, absolutely not, the supervolcano. It's the most dangerous place on the planet. The geovore under that is theorized to be the oldest, the largest. The alpha, trying to inject a signal there would be like trying to whisper in the ear of a sleeping king. He wouldn't just wake up, he would incinerate the continent. But it's also the central node in their network, Kenji countered, his voice ringing with a desperate certainty. If we can infect the alpha, we can infect the entire hive. It's the only way. It's our last, best chance to stop the whispers from turning into a final, planet-killing scream. The choice was stark: to do nothing and watch the world slowly crumble around them, or to risk everything on one, final, insane gambit, to travel to the heart of the most destructive force on Earth and try to reason with the devil that slept within. Chapter 18: The Devil's Throat. The drive into Yellowstone was a journey into a dying world. The Geovore's silent war was escalating. Kenji, Evelyn, and the team passed abandoned farms, their irrigation pumps mysteriously seized. They saw miles-long traffic jams caused by highway overpasses that had developed sudden, critical structural fractures. News reports on the car radio spoke of a baffling global epidemic of infrastructure failures, of stock markets in freefall, of a world quietly, inexplicably, grinding to a halt. The whispers were becoming a roar. Yellowstone itself felt different. Kenji, with his seismologist senses, could feel it in the soles of his feet. The ground was alive, humming with a low, resonant energy that was both terrifying and hypnotic. The geysers seemed to erupt with more force. The hot springs boiled with a new intensity. The Alpha Geovore was stirring in its sleep, and the entire park was its dreaming, restless body. The abandoned consortium site, codenamed Loki's Anvil, was a ghost. A collection of rusted, forgotten buildings nestled in a remote geothermal basin, far from the tourist trails. A single massive drill head, the size of a small house, lay half-buried in the sulfur-stained earth, a monument to a failed ambition. They were trying to drill directly into the magma chamber, Peterson murmured, his voice filled with a kind of horrified awe as they surveyed the site. They wanted to tap its energy, but the seismic instability was too great. Even for them, the risk was too high. The borehole is still viable, though, Marcus confirmed after inspecting the wellhead. Sealed but intact, we can get in. Their plan was terrifyingly simple. Marcus would get the wellhead open. Peterson would rig the sonic emitter from Rainier, repaired and modified by Isabel, to a powerful, custom-built signal amplifier. Kenji and Isabel would work on the message itself, the mimetic virus, the seismic lie that would hopefully turn the hive against itself. Evelyn coordinated, a grim general marshaling her last 5 soldiers for a final, hopeless charge. Isabel and Kenji worked in the back of their armored van, a mobile command center that was a nest of wires and glowing screens. It's not enough to just send a signal of aggression, Kenji explained, his fingers flying across a keyboard, translating complex mathematical concepts into seismic waveforms. The alpha is not a soldier, it's the core consciousness, the central processor. We can't threaten it, we have to deceive it. So what's the lie? Isabel asked, her own fingers a blur as she built the transmission protocols. The lie is that humanity is not a threat, Kenji said. The lie is that we are a symbiote. We drill, we mine, we build. We are like worker ants tending to the planetary crust, the creature's own body. We are a beneficial, if sometimes irritating, part of its ecosystem. That's a hard sell, considering we just nuked one of them and lobotomized another, Isabel countered dryly. Exactly, Kenji said. So we introduce a second variable, a rogue element, a cancer within their own system. We use the seismic signature of the Rainier Geovore, the one we killed, as the source of all the attacks. We tell the Alpha that one of its own children has gone rogue, has become a predator, and is using humanity's infrastructure to attack the hive. We position ourselves not as the enemy, but as the victims, caught in the crossfire of their own civil war. It was a breathtakingly audacious piece of psychological warfare, aimed at a mind that was billions of years old and as large as a continent. As they worked, the mountain grew more restless. The ground tremors became more frequent, more violent. A new geyser, not on any park map, erupted 100 yards from their van, shooting a column of boiling, black water into the sky. It knows we're here, Marcus said, his hand never far from his rifle. It's starting to react. We're out of time, Evelyn announced, her face grim. Isabel, what's your status? The virus is coded, Isabel replied, sweat beading on her forehead. But the transmission, the Alpha's own seismic output, is creating a massive amount of interference. It's like trying to whisper in a hurricane. I need to get the emitter as deep as possible to get a clear signal through. How deep? All the way, Peterson answered, his face ashen. It has to go into the throat, the main conduit of the bore hole, down to the threshold of the magma chamber itself. Someone has to lower it down on a winch, Marcus stated, the grim reality of the situation settling over them. It's a one-way trip. The heat and pressure will destroy the cable before it can be retrieved. Whoever goes down there isn't coming back. A heavy silence filled the van. It was the same cold equation from Tartarus Base, the same final, terrible price. Kenji looked at the complex, beautiful, deadly lines of code on his screen. It was his theory, his language, his lie, his responsibility. I'll do it, he said, his voice quiet but firm. No, Evelyn countered immediately. You're the only one who understands the language. You're too valuable. I'll go. I'll go, Marcus said, his voice a low rumble. I'm the most expendable. My job is to protect the team. This is the best way to do it. Before they could argue further, Isabel spoke, her voice shaking but resolute. It should be me. They all turned to look at her. Kenji is right, he's the brain. Evelyn, you're the leader. Marcus, you're the only one who can get the rest of them out of here when this is over. I'm the only one who can make real-time adjustments to the transmission protocol during the descent. If the signal degrades, if the Alpha's interference changes, I'm the only one who can adapt the virus on the fly to make sure it's delivered cleanly. It's not about being expendable. It's about who has the best chance of making the damn thing work. Her logic was flawless, cold, terrifying, and perfect. She was the only one for the job. Kenji felt a profound, aching sense of loss. This young, brilliant woman was about to sacrifice herself for his theory. Marcus spent the next hour reinforcing a small, cage-like maintenance elevator that ran on a track inside the borehole. It was a rust bucket, a metal coffin. Peterson attached the sonic emitter and amplifier to its base. Isabel sat inside, her laptop on her knees, a network of cables connecting her to the device. She looked small, impossibly brave, a digital ghost about to descend into a geological hell. She looked up at Kenji, a small, sad smile on her face. "Make it a good story, Doctor," she said. The time had come. They stood at the lip of the borehole, a black, circular maw that descended into the humming, vibrating heart of the supervolcano. The heat rising from it was a physical blow. "Isabel," Evelyn said, her voice thick with an uncharacteristic emotion. "Godspeed." Marcus engaged the winch, and the cage began its slow, creaking descent. Isabel did not look back up. Her eyes were fixed on her screen, her fingers already flying, fighting the storm of seismic noise, preparing to deliver the lie that would save the world. Kenji watched her disappear into the darkness until her light was just a tiny, fading star. He felt a tear freeze on his cheek. He was no longer a scientist. He was a priest, and he had just sent his final, most faithful sacrifice down to reason with his God. Chapter 19: The Lie That Broke the World. The descent was a journey through the circles of hell. On Isabel's screen, the data was a raging, chaotic sea. The ambient temperature climbed at an alarming rate, turning the small cage into an oven. The rhythmic, seismic pulse of the alpha geovore was so powerful it was a physical concussion, a deep, bone-jarring thump-thump that vibrated through the very atoms of the cage. "I'm at 500 meters," she broadcast, her voice strained over the comms, a tinny, distant sound. "The interference is incredible. It's not just a pulse, it's a structured signal, it's thinking. I can see its thoughts as raw seismic data." Up top, Kenji watched the same data on his own monitor. Isabel was right. It was a consciousness made of pressure waves and tectonic stress. It was beautiful and utterly terrifying. "What do you see?" he asked, his voice a whisper. "It feels us," Isabel replied, her voice filled with a strange, breathless awe. "It perceives the drill hole as a needle, a foreign object. It's not angry, it's curious. It's trying to analyze us." The cage lurched violently, and a screech of tortured metal echoed up the shaft. "The cable is starting to stretch," Marcus yelled. "The heat is getting to it." "Almost there," Isabel said, her focus absolute. "The conduit widens here. This is the spot. The acoustic resonance will be at its peak." She looked at her screen, at the elegant, deceptive virus Kenji had written. "Doctor, it's a masterpiece. The logic is flawless." She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I'm starting the transmission." From his console, Kenji watched as her signal, a thin, green, orderly line, pierced the chaotic, red storm of the geovore's consciousness. It was a single, perfect note of reason injected into a symphony of pure, geological power. The effect was instantaneous. The violent, rhythmic thumping of the alpha geovore stopped. Complete, profound, seismic silence. The ground tremors ceased. The geysers outside fell quiet. The entire, restless caldera held its breath. "What's happening?" Evelyn asked, her hand on the butt of her pistol. It's listening, Kenji breathed, his eyes glued to the screen. Isabel's signal, their intricate lie, flowed into the mind of the Alpha. The story of a symbiotic humanity, a rogue geovore causing chaos, a plea for help disguised as a data packet. For a full, agonizing minute, the world was still. Then the Alpha responded. It was not a roar. It was a whisper. A single, focused, incredibly powerful seismic pulse that shot outward from Yellowstone, traveling through the Earth's crust at the speed of sound. On Kenji's map, the red dots representing the other geovores began to change. The angry, screaming frequency they had been broadcasting fell silent, one by one, as they received the Alpha's message. The lie had been accepted. A wave of dizzying, disbelieving relief washed over Kenji. It had worked. They had done the impossible. "Isabel," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You did it. Get ready for retrieval. Marcus, pull her up." The cables melted. "There's no response from the winch," Marcus roared, fighting the controls. "It doesn't matter," Isabel's voice came over the comms. It was weak, distorted by heat and static, but it was calm. "The Alpha, it's not just a consciousness, it's a historian, a library, it's mind. It's full of, oh my God, it's beautiful." Her voice trailed off into a sigh of pure, ecstatic wonder. The line went dead. At that moment, a new signal appeared on Kenji's screen. It was not from the Alpha. It was coming from low Earth orbit. It was a tight beam transmission, aimed directly at the Loki's Anvil site. Evelyn saw it at the same time. "Consortium," she hissed. "They know the Alpha is quiet. They're checking to see what happened." "They're not checking," Marcus said, looking through his rifle scope towards the sky. "They're correcting." High above them, a silver streak appeared through the clouds. It was a kinetic bombardment rod, a tungsten telephone pole dropped from space, a weapon of terrible, pinpoint accuracy. It was not aimed at the wellhead. It was aimed at them. They ran. The impact was an earthquake in its own right, a silent flash of light, followed by a deafening crack that shattered the air. The ground where their van had been erupted into a cloud of pulverized rock and fire. They were thrown through the air, battered and bruised, but alive. They had won the war of whispers, but the war with humanity was just beginning. They scrambled to their feet, watching the smoke and fire rise into the sky. But Kenji was not looking at the smoke. He was looking at his seismic monitor, which he had clutched in his hands even as he was thrown. The Alpha Geovore was still silent, but the others, the lesser Geovores around the world, were not. They were beginning to broadcast again. A new signal. They were not talking to each other. They were all directing their signals to a single point, to the location of the Rainier Geovore, the one they now believed was the traitor, the one they believed was their enemy. "My God," Kenji whispered, a new, more profound horror dawning in his mind. "What have I done?" He had wanted to turn the hive against itself, but he had not created a civil war. He had only given the hive a common enemy, a scapegoat. He had not sowed chaos. He had united them in a common purpose, to hunt and destroy the rogue element. And what would happen when they finally converged on the dead, silent Geovore under Mount Rainier, and found that their enemy was not there. They would start to look for the real source of the deception. They would start to look for him. He had not saved the world. He had just bought it a little time at a terrible cost, and had painted an even bigger target on the back of a humanity that still had no idea it was being hunted. The lie had not broken the world, but it may have just doomed it to a slower, more calculated, and far more terrifying demise. Chapter 20: The Long Echo. 1 month later, the world was tentatively healing. The global infrastructure crisis, as the media had dubbed it, had abated as suddenly as it had begun. Stock markets stabilized. Engineers with baffled expressions reported that previously fractured bridges and dams were now holding steady. The planet had sighed, and humanity had mistaken it for a return to normalcy. They were ghosts, the four of them, living on the fringes, funded by the last of Evelyn's black budget accounts, communicating through layers of encryption. Marcus, the silent guardian; Peterson, the haunted geologist, now prone to long, silent stares at the horizon; Evelyn, the spy master, her face now a permanent mask of grim resolve; and Kenji. He was no longer a scientist. He was a keeper of a terrible secret, the architect of a lie that held the world together with gossamer thread. Their new base was a fishing trawler in the gray, choppy waters of the North Atlantic, a moving target on an empty ocean. In the cramped cabin, a single monitor displayed the world's seismic pulse. It was quiet, too quiet. "They're on the move," Kenji said, tracing lines on the holographic map projected over the table. "Not a direct assault. They're converging, slowly. All of their energy is being directed towards Cascadia." "The site of the traitor," Evelyn stated. "They're gathering the clan to pass judgment and hunt a ghost." "It's a pilgrimage of death," Peterson added, his voice a low rasp. "When they all get there and find nothing, their search for the real deceiver will begin. How long do we have?" "Years," Kenji answered. "Maybe a decade. They are geological entities. They don't hurry, but their process will be relentless. They will analyze every variable. They will follow every echo. Eventually, they will find the source of the signal. They will find Yellowstone. They will find us." The scale of their predicament was absolute. They had traded a quick, fiery apocalypse for a slow, creeping, inevitable one. "Not if we find them first," Marcus said. His voice, as always, was calm, but his eyes held a new, hard light. He was no longer just a protector. He was a hunter. "We know their locations. We know their language. We have a weapon that works." "The sonic emitter was a prototype," Peterson argued. "It barely survived Rainier. To build more, to build them on a scale that could work, we would need resources, manufacturing, a nation-state." "Then we find one," Evelyn said, her gaze turning to Kenji. "The dead man's switch. Your data package. It's time to let the world in on our little secret." Kenji recoiled from the idea. The panic, the chaos. It would tear the world apart. We'd have wars, cults, mass hysteria. "We already have a cult," Evelyn countered, her voice sharp. "The Consortium. They went to ground after the Yellowstone strike, but they're still out there. They're rebuilding. They're planning their next move. Right now, they are the only other player on the board who knows the rules of the game. We cannot fight them and the Geovores alone. We need allies. We need to give humanity a fighting chance, even if the truth is terrifying. She was right. The secret was too big to hold. Their lonely, secret war was unsustainable. It was time to choose a side, and for them there was only one, a flawed, chaotic, and completely oblivious human race. Kenji walked to the cabin's comm station. He took a deep breath, the salt-laced air filling his lungs. He thought of Anya's fierce determination, of Zola's quiet courage, of Isabel's brilliant final sacrifice. They had died believing in the possibility of a future. It was his duty to honor that belief, no matter the cost. He typed in the command. The dead man's switch was disarmed. Then, with a steady hand, he initiated the broadcast, the Tartarus files, the seismic data, the truth. A digital scream that would be heard in every government office, every newsroom, every university on the planet. As the progress bar on the screen began to fill, he looked out the porthole at the vast, gray, indifferent ocean. The long echo of their actions on the mountain was just beginning to ripple across the world. The age of blissful ignorance was over. The age of monsters had begun. They had bought humanity a little time. Now the question was, what would humanity do with it? The war was not over. A new, far more complex and dangerous phase was just beginning. And they, the last ghosts of the Lithos division, would be standing on the front lines, fighting in the shadows until the very end. Chapter 21: The Cascade. The data packet hit the world's nervous system like a digital nerve agent. It did not arrive with a bang, but as a million quiet infections. At NORAD, buried deep within the granite of Cheyenne Mountain, a junior analyst flagged an anomalous data burst on a secure server. It was massive, heavily encrypted, and its origin was untraceable, a ghost that had walked through their firewalls without triggering a single alarm. He reported it. His superior, a man who thought in terms of missile trajectories and enemy bombers, classified it as a sophisticated cyberweapon of unknown intent and locked it down. At the University of Tokyo, a renowned seismologist and former mentor of Kenji's, Dr. Hideo Asano, received an email with the subject line "A Legacy." He almost deleted it, but Kenji's name was in the metadata. He opened the file. For 72 hours, he did not sleep. He cross-referenced the Tartarus logs with his own archived data from the Antarctic Circle. The numbers aligned with a terrifying, impossible precision. He pulled up the seismic signature of the K-219 submarine disaster from 1982. He had dismissed it then as anomalous clutter. Now, with Kenji's key, he saw the prime number sequence hidden within it. He felt the floor of his neatly ordered world fall away. On the trawler, the team could only watch the echoes of their truth bomb. They were blind, having thrown their only stone into a deep, dark pond. They monitored news feeds, academic forums, and encrypted government channels, looking for any sign that their message had been received. For days, there was nothing but silence. The weight of that silence was crushing. "They're burying it," Peterson rasped, packing the small cabin. "The powers that be, they're classifying it. They're going to let us all die in the dark to avoid a panic." "Panic is not what they fear," Evelyn corrected him, her eyes scanning a stream of financial data. "They fear a paradigm shift, A truth this large doesn't just cause panic. It shatters economies, religions, the entire foundation of human civilization. They're not burying it. They're trying to figure out how to control it. The first public tremor came not from a government, but from a small, independent journalism collective in Berlin. They had received the data packet, and lacking the resources to verify the seismic data, focused on the one thing they could, the audio logs from Tartarus Base. They cleaned the audio, translated the frantic, overlapping Russian and English, and posted the final, terrifying hour of the station's existence online under the headline, "The Tartarus Tapes." The story was initially dismissed as a viral marketing campaign for a horror movie, but the audio was too raw, too real. The voices of Anya, Javi, and the others were filled with a genuine, unscripted terror that could not be faked. Forensics experts analyzed the soundscape and confirmed the acoustic properties were consistent with a deep, subterranean industrial facility. The story began to spread. The first official reaction came from the United States government. General Marcus Wallace, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a man carved from granite and pragmatism, sat in the soundproof confines of the Pentagon's briefing room, a place known as the Tank. He had just listened to the Tartarus tapes. He had just read a report from his top cryptographers confirming the authenticity of the encrypted data's structure. "So let me be clear," he said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that could quiet generals and senators alike. "You are telling me that a defunct, black-budget spook squad from the Cold War was covering up the existence of continent-sized, subterranean monsters, and that a renegade seismologist and his team of fugitives just woke them all up, and then started a planet-wide monster civil war with a lie." An aide, a pale, terrified young man from the NSA, nodded weakly. "That appears to be the most plausible interpretation of the data, General." Wallace was silent for a long moment. He looked at the file on the table. It was the most insane, unbelievable, and terrifyingly well-documented threat assessment he had ever seen. Every instinct told him it was a hoax, a piece of sophisticated psychological warfare. But the corroborating evidence was undeniable. The sudden cessation of the global infrastructure failures, the synchronized seismic scream, the mysterious collapse of Tartarus Base. It all fit. "Find them," Wallace ordered, his voice like the closing of a vault door. "Find Dr. Tanaka and his team. I don't care what resources you have to use. Find them. We are decades behind on understanding our enemy. These people are now the single most valuable intelligence asset on the planet." He stood up, his gaze distant. He was a man trained to fight wars against other men, with tanks and jets and satellites. How did you fight a war when the battlefield was the planet itself, and the enemy was the ground beneath your feet? The cascade was turning into an avalanche. On a major news network, a respected national security correspondent, citing anonymous sources high in the intelligence community, went on air. "We are receiving startling and, I must stress, as yet unverified reports," she said, her face grim, "of a global threat assessment codenamed Lithos. Details are scarce, but sources indicate the threat is not foreign, not man-made, but geological in nature. The White House has, so far, refused to comment." On the trawler, Kenji watched the broadcast, a profound sadness in his eyes. The world was beginning to listen, but he knew with a chilling certainty that belief was only the first, and perhaps the easiest, step. The real battle was about to begin. Chapter 22: The Hunt and the Sermon. The world did not react with a single, unified scream, but with 1,000 conflicting voices. The Tartarus tapes went hyperviral, spawning endless debates, conspiracy theories, and terrified memes. Scientists were divided, torn between professional ridicule and the chilling consistency of the seismic data. Governments issued carefully worded denials that only fueled the public's fear. The world was a patient in the waiting room, terrified of the diagnosis. Into this chaos stepped Sabine Morrow. She appeared on every major network, not as a panicked executive, but as a pillar of calm, rational authority. As the CEO of the Terra Astra Consortium, she presented herself not as a villain, but as a fellow victim. The data packet known as the Lithos file is the most sophisticated act of cyberterrorism in history, she said, her voice smooth and reassuring, her expression a mask of concerned sincerity. She sat in a brightly lit studio, the image of corporate stability. My company was the first victim of this malicious campaign. We lost 37 brave researchers at Tartarus Base in what we now believe was a deliberate, violent act of industrial sabotage, orchestrated by the same shadowy group that is now trying to destabilize the world with this fiction. She was brilliant. She did not deny the data outright. She recontextualized it. The seismic events, sophisticated, coordinated attacks using tectonic weaponry, the audio logs, cleverly edited fakes. Kenji Tanaka, a disgraced, unstable academic co-opted by terrorists. Humanity is at a crossroads, she concluded, looking directly into the camera, her eyes resonating with a carefully crafted sincerity. There are those who seek to drag us down into a new dark age of fear and superstition, and there are those of us who believe in looking up towards a future of progress, of safety, of expansion. Our Aegis initiative, our plan for sustainable off-world habitats, has never been more relevant. It is not an escape. It is an insurance policy for the future of our species. On the trawler, the team watched her performance in stunned silence. She's not just denying it, Peterson rasped. She's using it. She's using the fear we've created to sell her goddamn lifeboats. She's poisoning the narrative, Evelyn said, her eyes narrowed. For every person who believes us, she's creating two more who think we're the real threat. She's turning the world against itself, making a unified response impossible. The sermon from Sabine was followed by the hunt. General Wallace's directive had unleashed the full, terrifying power of the global intelligence apparatus. They were no longer just hiding from the consortium. They were being hunted by the very governments they were trying to save. Facial recognition software scanned every public camera. Satellites tracked vessels matching their trawler's description. Financial institutions monitored for any trace of Evelyn's black budget funds. The net was closing. "We're compromised," Marcus stated, after analyzing a series of encrypted satellite sweeps. "They have our position narrowed to a 200-square-mile block of ocean. They'll be here in 6 hours." Their life as anonymous ghosts was over. We need to get off this boat and onto solid ground, Evelyn said, already planning their next move. We need to split up, become smaller targets. I have one last contact, a ghost from the old days, unofficial, unreliable, but he's our only shot. As Evelyn worked the comms, Kenji monitored the geovores. Their slow, methodical pilgrimage to Cascadia continued unabated, but the nature of their communication, the subseismic hum, had changed subtly since Sabine's broadcast. "They're reacting to us," Kenji murmured, pointing at a complex waveform. "To our noise, the broadcasts, the internet chatter, the global panic. It's like a new pressure on their environment, and they're adapting." "What does that mean?" Peterson asked. "I don't know," Kenji admitted, "but it's like they're filtering, learning to distinguish between the background noise of humanity and specific, targeted threats. They're learning to listen for their true enemies." The implications were terrifying. Their attempts to warn humanity were inadvertently teaching the geovores how to hunt them better. Evelyn finished her call. "It's done," she announced. "The pickup is arranged. A cargo plane landing on a decommissioned airstrip in Iceland. We have a 48-hour journey and a 10-minute window to make it." She looked at the faces of her small, exhausted team. They had successfully warned the world, and in doing so, they had become the targets of both the heroes and the villains of the story, while simultaneously training the monster to be a more effective killer. The victory felt more like a curse. The hunt was on, and they were the prey. Chapter 23: The Devil's Bargain. The journey to Iceland was a masterclass in paranoia. They abandoned the trawler in a small, remote fishing village in the Faroe Islands, slipping ashore in the dead of night. They traveled by rusting ferry, by rattling bus, across a landscape of volcanic rock and gray, unforgiving sea. Every other passenger was a potential threat. Every police car a potential end to their mission. The world they moved through was a world on edge. The Lithos story was now the only story, a global obsession that had fractured society into terrified believers, angry skeptics, and opportunistic predators. Kenji monitored the geovores on a ruggedized laptop, leeching Wi-Fi from bus stations and cafes. The signal from the hive had become more refined. He could now distinguish the voice of the alpha under Yellowstone from the others. It was a constant, low thrum, a carrier wave of pure, patient observation. The others were more active, their seismic whispers now focused, searching. They were no longer just moving towards Cascadia. They were actively scanning the planet's crust. "They're looking for something," he told the others as they huddled in the back of a refrigerated fish truck, the smell of ice and salt a welcome relief from the fear. "They've finished analyzing the Rainier data. They know the sonic attack didn't come from another geovore. They know it was artificial. They are hunting for the weapon's source." "They're hunting for us," Evelyn stated, putting the final, grim period on his sentence. The decommissioned airstrip was a scar of cracked asphalt in a vast, empty plain of black volcanic sand. The wind howled, a lonely, mournful sound. As the appointed time approached, they saw the lights of the cargo plane, a lumbering, four-engine relic from another era. "He actually came," Evelyn murmured, a note of genuine surprise in her voice. The plane touched down, its tires screaming in protest. It taxied to the far end of the runway and turned, its engines never powering down, its cargo ramp beginning to lower. It was their ride, their escape. Then from the opposite direction, another sound. The sharp, percussive thwump-thwump-thwump of military helicopters. 3 of them, sleek and black, flying low and fast without lights, like predators of the night. They appeared over a nearby ridge and immediately took up positions, cutting off the cargo plane's escape, their searchlights snapping on and pinning the small group in intersecting beams of blinding white light. Marcus raised his rifle, but he knew it was hopeless. They were surrounded, exposed, checkmated. The side door of the lead helicopter slid open. A figure rappelled down, landing with practiced ease. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a simple military flight suit. He held no weapon. He walked into the glare of the searchlights, his face calm, authoritative. It was General Marcus Wallace. Dr. Kenji Tanaka, his voice boomed, amplified by a small speaker on his vest. Evelyn Reed, stand down, this is not an arrest. That's what they all say, Evelyn retorted, her hand hovering over the small pistol hidden in her jacket. My orders are to bring you in, Wallace continued, ignoring her. The consortium wants you silenced. My government wants you contained. But I'm here because I want you to work for me. He stopped 20 feet away. I've read your data. I've listened to the tapes. I believe you. More importantly, I've seen the corroborating evidence with my own eyes. We are facing an extinction-level threat, and you 4 are the only people on this planet who have ever successfully fought it. He gestured to the helicopter. The consortium is playing a long game. They're selling salvation to the elite and leaving the rest of us to die. The world's governments are paralyzed by disbelief and political infighting. They are trying to solve a paradigm shift with press conferences and committee meetings. They are failing. So you're starting your own war, Kenji said, stepping forward. I am formalizing the one you already started, Wallace replied. I've been given discretionary command of a new multinational task force. Codenamed Aegis, we're taking their name back. We have the funding, the technology, the resources. We have hypersonic transport, orbital surveillance, and access to every weapon in the human arsenal. We have everything we need to fight this war. Everything except a brain. We need your knowledge. We need your experience. It was a devil's bargain, laid bare on a windswept Icelandic runway. To go with him meant surrendering their freedom, becoming tools of a military machine they could not control. To refuse meant a life on the run, hunted by everyone, while the world burned. What's the catch, General? Evelyn asked, her voice laced with suspicion. The catch, Wallace said, his expression grim, is that the war has already changed. The consortium has made its next move. He held up a hardened military tablet. On the screen was a live satellite feed. It showed the Mount Rainier area, but the feed was not of the mountain itself. It was of a massive new construction project in the foothills. A sprawling complex of domes and towers built with incredible speed. That's the Aegis Initiative's primary launch facility, Wallace explained. They're not just building an escape route, they're building a weapon. Our intel suggests they have developed their own version of your sonic technology. They're not going to wait for the geovore under Rainier to be judged by the hive. They're planning to use their weapon to wake it up themselves and aim its dying, destructive rage at the rest of the world. Kenji stared at the image, at the armed camp surrounding the dead monster's tomb. The consortium wasn't just abandoning the planet. They were planning to slam the door on their way out, triggering the very apocalypse they had claimed to be trying to prevent. Wallace looked at Kenji, his eyes holding the weight of the world. I am not asking you to join me. I am asking you to lead me. Help me save the world, Doctor. Help me give humanity a fighting chance. The rotors of the helicopters beat a frantic, urgent rhythm against the cold night air. The choice was theirs: to remain ghosts, hunted and helpless, or to step into the light and take command of the army that had been sent to capture them. Chapter 24: The Cold Embrace of Aegis. The wind whipped around them on the Icelandic airstrip, carrying the scent of volcanic ash and the heavy, metallic tang of an impossible choice. Kenji looked at Evelyn, then at Marcus, and finally at Peterson. Their faces, etched with exhaustion and paranoia, reflected the same desperate calculus. General Wallace's offer was a gilded cage, but the alternative was a barren wasteland. They were soldiers without an army, and a world without a war it knew it needed to fight. "We go," Evelyn said, her voice cutting through the roar of the helicopter blades. Her decision was absolute. It was not a surrender, it was a tactical retreat, a necessary alliance with the lesser of two evils. "But we go on our terms, General. Full operational command of the Geovore Initiative. Unfettered access to all resources. No political interference. And the consortium's crimes are brought to light, no matter the cost." General Wallace met her gaze, his expression unyielding. "You will have command of the scientific and strategic elements of the operation. Operational control of forces remains with my command structure. Resources will be provided without bureaucratic delay. Political interference will be minimized but cannot be entirely eliminated. This is still a war fought in the shadows, and public opinion is a battlefield. As for the consortium, we bring them to justice. Not for their beliefs, but for their actions. This is my offer, take it or leave it. The clock is ticking." He was a pragmatist, Kenji realized. A man who understood power and necessity. There was no room for idealism, only for survival. Evelyn nodded, agreed. The transfer was swift, silent, and clinical. They were ushered into the black helicopters, stripped of their worn, civilian clothes and outfitted in sterile, gray jumpsuits. Their hard drives and laptops were taken for forensic analysis, their personal effects for storage. They were no longer individuals, they were assets. The cold embrace of the military-industrial complex was absolute. Their new base of operations was a colossal, underground bunker complex carved into the bedrock beneath the North American Aerospace Defense Command, a fortress designed to withstand global thermonuclear war. It was a labyrinth of steel, concrete, and fiber-optic cables, humming with the quiet, relentless energy of 1,000 hidden servers. For Kenji, it was like stepping into the brain of a sleeping leviathan. Their section of the complex was a hive of controlled activity. Analysts from a dozen intelligence agencies pored over Kenji's data, their faces a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Scientists from leading geological and biological institutes were flown in, their initial skepticism crumbling under the weight of the evidence. Holographic displays projected a real-time, 3D map of the Earth's crust, showing the intricate network of geovore activity, the slow, ponderous convergence towards Cascadia. General Wallace stood at the head of a massive oval table in the briefing room, a place of stark military efficiency. He introduced Kenji, Evelyn, Marcus, and Peterson to a room full of generals, admirals, and top-level intelligence directors. These four individuals, Wallace announced, his voice reverberating through the room, are the pioneers in this new war. They have the knowledge. We have the resources. Dr. Tanaka will be leading the Geovore Strategic Initiative. Dr. Reed will coordinate intelligence and logistics. Dr. Peterson will oversee geological and environmental impact assessments. Marcus will command tactical deployments. This is Aegis, and our first mission is to stop Terra Astra from burning the world. The plan was ambitious, terrifying, and precise. Intelligence from Aegis's orbital surveillance network revealed the Terra Astra facility at Mount Rainier was far more than a drilling site. It was a massive, subterranean complex, fortified like a modern fortress. It was designed to withstand not only the elements but also a direct military assault. They have a new generation of sonic emitters, Evelyn explained, pointing to a holographic projection of the Terra Astra facility. Far more powerful than our prototype. Their goal is not just to awaken the Rainier Geovore, but to direct its dying scream, to create a focused, directed seismic shockwave that will destabilize the entire Cascadia subduction zone. They want to trigger the largest earthquake and volcanic event in recorded history. The consortium's ultimate goal, Kenji added, his voice ringing with a cold certainty, is to ensure no functional human civilization remains on Earth when they launch their orbital habitats. They want to inherit a clean, scoured world, and they are using the geovores to achieve it. Our mission, General Wallace stated, is a three-pronged assault. Marcus will lead a special forces team to disable their perimeter defenses and secure a breach point. Dr. Peterson will deploy a counter-seismic dampening field to mitigate the geovore's destructive output once it awakens. And Dr. Tanaka, you will lead the incursion team to disable their sonic emitter array before they can detonate it. Kenji looked at the holographic image of the massive, looming mountain. He had stood on its summit, a ghost in a storm, believing he had averted catastrophe. Now he was being sent back into its heart, not as a ghost, but as a soldier, to face an enemy that was both human and monstrous. The weight of command settled on his shoulders, a heavy, suffocating burden. He had exchanged the terror of being hunted for the terror of being responsible for the hunters. The cold embrace of Aegis was absolute. Chapter 25: The Iron Heart of the Mountain. The journey back to Mount Rainier was no longer a desperate scramble for survival, but a surgical insertion. They flew in a hypersonic transport, a silent dart in the upper atmosphere, then descended in vertical takeoff stealth aircraft, slipping through the radar net that Terra Astra had woven around the mountain. The consortium's fortress, once an invisible threat, was now an illuminated target on their tactical displays. Kenji found himself in a new kind of hell. The sterile, metallic smell of the military transport, the constant chatter of comms, the grim faces of the heavily armed Special Forces operators. He was a scientist, not a soldier, but his knowledge was their weapon, and he was forced to wield it. He wore a reinforced combat suit, lightweight and agile, but heavy with the weight of its purpose. Marcus was in his element. He moved through the transport, a quiet force of nature, his face a study in controlled intensity. He briefed his teams in low, concise tones, his movements sharp and precise. He was a master of this brutal dance. The primary target is the main emitter control room, Marcus explained, pointing to a section of the holographic facility map. It's located deep within the complex, shielded by multiple blast doors. We secure the exterior, then Dr. Tanaka and his team infiltrate the core. You have a 10-minute window once the main power grid is disrupted. Kenji Peterson and a small team of engineers and demolition experts were his incursion team. Their task was to breach the core, disable Terra Astra's sonic emitter array, and prevent the targeted seismic event. The geovore under the mountain is still silent, Kenji announced, his voice calm despite the hammering of his heart. He was monitoring the local seismic data, a constant stream of information flowing into his helmet display. But its vital signs are strong. Terra Astra's drilling has agitated it. We are running out of time. The insertion was flawless. They landed miles from the facility, deep in the snow-covered forest. The cold was biting, but the gear was efficient. They moved like shadows through the ancient trees, their footsteps muffled by the fresh powder. Marcus's team, ghost-like figures, disabled the perimeter sensors and drone patrols with silent precision. The assault began with a series of coordinated, explosive breaches. The silence of the forest was shattered by the sharp crack of controlled detonations, followed by the muffled thud of close-quarters combat. The consortium security forces, though elite, were not prepared for a full-scale assault by Aegis. Perimeter secure, Marcus's voice crackled in Kenji's ear. Main power grid disrupted. The clock is running. Go, go, go. Kenji and his team moved through the breach, entering the labyrinthine depths of the Terra Astra complex. The air inside was warm, almost humid, thick with the smell of ozone and strange, processed chemicals. The emergency lights cast long, dancing shadows. Peterson, a man of maps and ancient rock, found himself navigating a high-tech warren of corridors. He moved with a surprising agility, his eyes scanning every console, every conduit, deploying small, circular dampening devices that glowed with a faint blue light. "The dampening field is active," he reported, his voice strained. "It should absorb a significant portion of the primary shockwave, prevent a cascade to the main fault." Kenji led the way, his eyes fixed on the schematic projected onto his visor, guiding them through the maze. They encountered sporadic resistance, consortium security forces, their faces grim and fanatical, firing plasma rifles. Marcus's operators, moving with practiced efficiency, neutralized the threats with non-lethal, high-frequency sonic incapacitators. Aegis was not here to kill, but to disable, to save the world from its own desperate, self-destructive elites. They reached the core of the facility, a massive, cylindrical chamber that descended hundreds of meters into the earth. In the center of the chamber, suspended over a glowing, pulsating borehole, was the Terra Astra sonic emitter array. It was a nightmare of sound engineering, a colossal instrument of planetary destruction. It hummed with a deep, resonant energy, the sound of a sleeping titan about to be prodded awake. A single figure stood on a platform overlooking the array, her back to them. Sabine Morrow. She was surrounded by a phalanx of heavily armed security. She did not turn as they entered. She was watching a main display, her face illuminated by the data stream, her expression one of rapt, almost religious ecstasy. "You're too late," she said, her voice calm and chillingly serene without turning. Her voice was amplified through the chamber. "The cleansing has begun. The Mountain King awakens to devour the unworthy, and from its ashes a new world will be born." On her screen, a countdown timer flashed, red and insistent. 10 seconds. "She's initiating the final sequence," Peterson yelled. "We have to cut the power." Kenji raced forward, Marcus's operators covering him. He jumped onto the main control platform, ignoring the plasma fire from the security detail. Sabine finally turned, her eyes burning with a fanatical zeal. She raised a small, handheld device, a remote trigger. Marcus's voice cut through the comms. "Sniper teams targeting the platform, non-lethal only." Sabine snarled, her finger hovering over the button. "You cannot stop destiny, Dr. Tanaka. The Earth demands its due." Kenji slammed his hand down on a console, overriding the power interlocks. Sparks flew, alarms blared, but it was not enough. The countdown continued. 5 seconds. "The power conduits," Kenji yelled to his team. "Disable the main conduits." Demolition experts scrambled, placing shaped charges on the massive power lines that fed the emitter array. Sabine laughed, a harsh, triumphant sound. "Fools, you cannot stop what is already in motion." She pressed the button. A deep, deafening boom echoed through the chamber as the demolition charges detonated. The main power conduits exploded, showering the room in sparks and black smoke. The emitter array shuddered, its humming fading into a high-pitched whine, then dying completely. The countdown timer on Sabine's screen froze at 00:00:01. The Geovore's awakening had been aborted. Sabine stared at the dead array, her face a mask of disbelief, then fury. "No, you have doomed us all. The mountain will still awaken, but now undirected, undisciplined. It will destroy everything." As if on cue, the entire chamber began to shake. A deep, guttural roar echoed from the borehole, a sound of titanic frustration. The ground tremors increased, violently. Peterson's dampening field flickered, straining against the raw power of the enraged monster. "She's right," Kenji gasped, holding onto a railing as the platform buckled. "The drilling, the sonic agitation. We've disturbed it too much. It's coming up undirected." Sabine pulled a hidden pistol from her jacket, her eyes blazing with a final, desperate fanaticism. She aimed it at Kenji. "Then I will be here to greet my king, and you, Dr. Tanaka, will be its first sacrifice." Marcus, who had been covering Kenji, reacted instantly. A non-lethal stun grenade flew from his hand, exploding with a blinding flash and a high-pitched shriek. Sabine crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The chamber continued to shake, the roar from the borehole growing in intensity. Black, crystalline tendrils, thick as tree trunks, began to erupt from the deep, tearing at the borehole's casing. The Rainier Geovore was coming, not to be used as a weapon but to rage. Kenji looked at the rising monster, then at the shattered control panel. The consortium's plan had failed, but in doing so, they had unleashed a primal force that now threatened to consume them all. The mountain's fever was breaking, and its awakening was going to be a tantrum of planetary scale. Chapter 26: The World's Tremor. The roar from the borehole was a physical blow, a sound that vibrated in Kenji's bones. The crystalline tendrils, black as obsidian, writhed and expanded from the shaft, tearing through the reinforced concrete of the chamber floor. The sheer scale of the emerging geovore was staggering, a geological leviathan waking to a world it did not understand. "Evacuate the core," Marcus bellowed into his comms. "Get everyone out. Peterson is that dampening field holding." Peterson, a thin sheen of sweat on his brow, clung to a console, his fingers flying across the controls. "It's straining. The frequency is unstable. It's trying to punch through. I can only mitigate, not stop it." Kenji saw the danger. The geovore was rising, a monstrous tree of black rock and razor-sharp crystal. Its movements were chaotic, undirected. Without the consortium's sonic array to guide its death throes, it was a bull in a china shop, thrashing blindly, its sheer mass threatening to tear the mountain apart. "We have to get clear," Kenji shouted. "It's going to erupt." Marcus's Special Forces operators, having secured Sabine Morrow and the remaining consortium security, began to retreat through the complex, their priority now simple survival. As they scrambled back through the access tunnels, the entire facility buckled around them. Lights flickered and died. Sections of the ceiling collapsed, showering them with dust and debris. The mountain was tearing itself apart from the inside, responding to the thrashing of the immense, waking entity. They burst out of the facility into the pre-dawn gloom, joining the rest of the Aegis forces who had established a secure perimeter miles from the site. From their vantage point, they watched the mountain. It was no longer the postcard. It was a monster. The summit of Mount Rainier began to fracture. Not just the caldera, but the entire vast cone of the volcano. Immense fissures miles long ripped across its surface, spewing clouds of superheated steam and ash into the sky. The ice cap, a pristine white blanket for millennia, groaned and shattered, cascading down the slopes in a monstrous avalanche of ice, rock, and mud. The Osceola mudflow, the ancient, unstable deposit that Sabine Morrow had planned to weaponize, now moved with an uncontrolled, terrifying speed, sweeping everything in its path. "The seismic output is off the charts," Peterson yelled, watching his portable monitor. "It's a magnitude 9, it's the big one. It's going to hit the Cascadia Fault." A new tremor rippled through the ground, a bone-jarring, stomach-lurching shockwave that traveled outward from the mountain like a physical wave. Trees around them swayed and snapped like matchsticks. The Aegis camp, designed for precision, not for catastrophe, was thrown into chaos. Kenji watched the destruction with a horrifying, detached awe. He had fought to prevent this, to manage this beast. But humanity's interference, both his and the consortium's, had simply made it angrier. The lie, the sonic emitter, the drilling, it had all combined to push the sleeping titan past its breaking point. The tremor intensified. From the depths of the mountain, a colossal black spire of crystalline rock, hundreds of meters wide, erupted from the summit. It clawed at the sky, not with the delicate, desperate grace of the dying Rainier Geovore he had seen before, but with the raw, untamed fury of an ancient god awakened by torment. It vibrated with a deep, resonant hum, a pure, unadulterated scream of rage that carried on the wind. And then it fractured, not from any external force, but from its own internal, uncontrolled power. The immense spire shattered into a million pieces, a black snowstorm of razor-sharp rock and dust that rained down on the slopes. The very ground where the Terra Astra facility had stood was pulverized, erased from existence. The immediate destruction was horrific, but the larger terror was yet to come. The seismic wave, carrying the raw, unfiltered fury of the awakened Geovore, shot across the continent. Kenji watched his seismic monitors. The Pacific Northwest from Seattle to Vancouver was being slammed by the full force of a magnitude 9 earthquake. Buildings collapsed. Skyscrapers swayed like drunken giants. Bridges twisted and tore. The Cascadia subduction zone, already under immense stress, began to tear. From his monitors, Kenji watched the red lines bloom, a chain reaction. The tectonic plate, jarred by the immense force, began to slip. New earthquakes, new fault lines sprang to life all along the Pacific Rim. And then the volcanoes. Mount Hood, Mount Shasta, Mount St. Helens. The ring of fire, a long, dormant necklace of destructive power, began to glow. Small, localized eruptions, belching ash and fire, began to speckle the map. "It's happening," Peterson whispered, his face streaked with dirt and ash. "The whole world is waking up." The lie that had saved them had also doomed them. The Alpha Geovore, having received Kenji's signal, was now directing its seismic whispers to all the others. Not to fight, not to warn, but to respond to the sheer, unbridled rage of the Rainier Geovore's uncontrolled awakening. The entire global network was reacting, its attention now fully, aggressively focused on the source of the immense planetary scream. Kenji looked at the destruction on the monitors, then at the terrified faces of the Aegis soldiers. He had traded one form of destruction for another. He had prevented a controlled genocide, only to unleash a blind, raging titan that now threatened to tear the planet itself apart. "General Wallace," Kenji said, his voice quiet, devoid of hope, "the Geovores aren't coming for us. They're coming for each other, and we're caught in the middle." The world had not ended in fire, as the consortium had planned. It had ended in a tremor, a slow, agonizing shiver that would gradually tear it apart. And humanity, the architects of its own fate, could only watch, trapped between the ancient, raging gods below and the cold, indifferent stars above. The war was no longer one of whispers. It was a global scream, and the planet was its final, dying voice. Chapter 27: The Symphony of Ruin. The weeks that followed the Rainier event were a blur of managed chaos. The world did not end in a single, fiery cataclysm, but began a slow, agonizing process of coming apart at the seams. The Cascadia earthquake was a humanitarian disaster on an unprecedented scale. The Pacific Rim shuddered with aftershocks and nascent volcanic eruptions. The global infrastructure, already fragile, began to collapse under the strain. It was not a war anymore. It was a planetary illness, and humanity was a feverish symptom. Aegis, once a clandestine task force, became the world's nervous system. From their bunker deep in Cheyenne Mountain, General Wallace and his team coordinated the largest disaster relief and containment effort in human history. They were no longer just soldiers and scientists. They were the architects of a new, broken world. Kenji found himself in a role he had never imagined, a translator of planetary agony. He and Peterson sat before a vast, holographic map of the Earth, a beautiful, terrifying tapestry of seismic data. The geovores were no longer whispering. They were roaring. "It's a feedback loop," Kenji explained to a stunned council of world leaders, patched in via a secure satellite link. The Rainier geovore's uncontrolled emergence is a constant, chaotic scream. The other geovores are responding to it, trying to calm it, to contain it with their own seismic frequencies. They are not fighting each other. They are performing a kind of planetary surgery, and the crust of the Earth is their patient. The earthquakes, the volcanoes. They are the side effects of this immense, geological process. He had finally understood the truth. The geovores were not a cancer. They were the planet's immune system, its shepherds, its gardeners. For eons, they had maintained the delicate balance of the world's tectonic and volcanic forces. Humanity, with its drilling and its bombs and its arrogant, frantic energy, had been a minor irritant. But by agitating the Rainier geovore to the point of a chaotic, uncontrolled awakening, they had forced the entire network to engage in a desperate, planet-shaking effort to restore equilibrium. "They are not our enemy," Kenji concluded, his voice ringing with the weight of this final, profound revelation. "They are our world's only hope of survival, and to save ourselves we have to help them." His proposal was met with stunned silence, then with a storm of disbelief and outrage. Help the monsters, the things that were tearing their world apart. It was madness. But General Wallace, a man who had seen the raw, untamed power of the geovores firsthand, understood. "What do you need, Doctor?" he asked, his voice cutting through the noise. "We need to speak their language," Kenji replied. "Not with a lie, not with a scream, but with a song. We need to create a harmonizing frequency, a seismic signal that can help the network soothe the Rainier geovore, to guide it back into a state of controlled dormancy. We cannot fight them. We must join the symphony." The plan was the greatest scientific and engineering challenge in human history. It required a global network of seismic transmitters, all synchronized to a single, impossibly complex waveform that Kenji and his team would have to design. It was a planetary lullaby, sung in the language of earthquakes. While the world's engineers began this Herculean task, the consortium made its final move. From their hidden launch facilities, the great orbital habitats of the Aegis Initiative began to ascend, pillars of fire and hope for the few thousand elites who had bought their ticket to the stars. Sabine Morrow, rescued by her loyalists during the chaos of the Rainier evacuation, delivered a final global address from the bridge of her flagship, the Olympus. "We offered you salvation," she said, her face serene, framed by the gentle curve of the earth below. "You chose to remain in the crucible to fight the very forces of nature. We leave you to your fate. We go now to build a new heaven while you inherit a hell of your own making." Her broadcast was an act of supreme cosmic arrogance. But as the last of the consortium's ships left the atmosphere, Kenji felt not anger but a strange, profound pity. They were exiles, fleeing a world they had never truly understood, destined to live in sterile metal cans, forever looking back at a paradise they had helped to destroy. Chapter 28, The First Note. The first transmitter came online in the heart of the Australian outback, a place of ancient, stable rock. It was a sprawling complex of deep earth transducers, a machine designed not to drill but to sing. Kenji, Evelyn, Marcus, and Peterson stood in the control center, a small, shielded bunker miles from the transmitter array. The weight of the moment was immense. This was their final, desperate gamble. If they got the frequency wrong, they could make things worse, agitating the global network into an even more violent response. "It's a lullaby," Kenji murmured, looking at the complex waveform on his screen, the product of months of sleepless, frantic work. "But it's also a plea, an apology." He gave the signal. The operator engaged the array. A deep, low hum, almost too low to be felt, began to emanate from the control room floor. It was a single, pure note broadcast into the crust of the planet, aimed at the heart of the raging symphony. For a moment, nothing happened. The seismic chaos on the global map continued unabated. The world held its breath. Then a change. The signal from the Alpha Geovore under Yellowstone, the great conductor, shifted. It subtly altered its own frequency to harmonize with their broadcast. It had heard them. It had understood. One by one, the other geovores began to respond. The seismic scream from the North Atlantic ridge softened. The violent tremors in the Andes began to subside. The network was incorporating their note into its song, using their small, artificial voice to amplify the healing. On the map, the chaotic, angry red of the Rainier Geovore's signal began to soften, its jagged edges smoothing out. The planetary surgery was working. The patient was stabilizing. It was not an end. The world was still broken. The coastlines were irrevocably altered. The climate was in chaos. Millions were dead, billions displaced. Humanity had been humbled, scarred, and forever changed. But it was not an end. It was a beginning. Epilogue: The Gardeners. 50 years later. The sky was a tapestry of strange, new constellations. The orbital habitats of the consortium, the exiles, were visible as a string of faint, moving stars. They never returned. They were a silent, lonely reminder of a past that humanity had barely survived. The Earth was a different world, quieter, greener. The great coastal megacities were gone, reclaimed by the sea. Humanity lived in smaller, more sustainable communities further inland, their architecture designed to be flexible, to move with the slow, deep rhythms of the planet. Kenji Tanaka, now an old man with eyes that had seen the birth of a new world, stood on a balcony overlooking a green, terraced city built into the side of the Rocky Mountains. He was the keeper of the song, the head of the Global Seismic Harmony Initiative, the organization that had replaced Aegis. Their job was not to fight, but to listen, to maintain the delicate, constant dialogue with the geovores, the great, silent shepherds below. Humanity had a new name for them. They were not monsters, not gods. They were the gardeners. And humanity had finally learned its place, not as masters of the world, but as helpers in the garden. General Wallace had passed away years ago, a hero of the new age. Evelyn Reed had become the first Secretary General of the United Earth Council, her sharp, pragmatic mind helping to rebuild civilization from the ashes. Marcus, the silent soldier, had found peace, living in a small cabin on the quieted slopes of a mountain, a guardian of a world finally at rest. Kenji looked up at the sky, at the distant, glittering cage of the exiles. He felt a pang of sadness for them, for their sterile, disconnected future. Then he looked down, at the vibrant, living city, at the world that hummed with a new, deeper harmony. The roar of the monsters had become the music of the spheres. Humanity had been dragged, kicking and screaming, into a new, more profound understanding of its place in the universe. They had lost their world, but in doing so, they had finally, truly come home. The end.